Hey, welcome back. We're going to try this again. I figured last time I would try to increase engagement a little bit, so we've re-enabled the Streamboss, which I haven't had on the stream in a long time. I usually just leave it on the main menu. But this is how it's going to work. We're going to still do the one sub equal forces me to do a wish regardless of what happens at any point. However, I'm adding an additional bonus to this. We have the Streamboss enabled, and every time the Streamboss dies, I will also do a wish. Now, there's actually a bit of a carryover from last stream because one of them got cut off. We had a sub that was donated right after the stream cut off, so we're going to just replay that here.
It suits a well-cultured and disciplined person such as yourself.
And just like that, I'm going to have to do another pull right now. But that also killed the Streamboss, because every sub does 500 damage to the Streamboss. People can donate bits and stuff to heal themselves if they are the Streamboss and whatnot. But the Streamboss just died, which means I now have to make 2 pulls. One for our sub for Harbinger of Dawn, because of course the Harbinger of Dawn is a sub option. And 2, because we have a Streamboss death. So without further ado, let the shenanigans and hijinks continue.
Whenever you need me, I'll be there.
Number 1. Skyrider Sword. Cool. And number 2. God damn it. Fucking Harbinger of Dawn, of course. I decided to put the Streamboss on here because it might motivate Matthew to stop gifting subs, because if you gift subs, it actually gives them damage to the Streamboss because it counts as them subbing. Haha! Mind games. What was I doing? Alright. New event. Fortnite Battle Pass. My party is all whack right now for some reason. I guess we should reset my party. Let's get the usual suspects back in here. I am also told that Sucrose is a pretty good support that it might actually be worth using, but we're gonna pro-tag our way.
Just what will we come across this time?
We're gonna pro-tag our way through the game. Kale, I love you, but I can't use you. We're gonna lock you away in baby jail. We got our main DPS over here. What else was I doing? I feel like I was doing something last stream. What was I doing? Oh, that's right. New constellation. Increases the level of Gust Surge by 3. Maximum upgrade level is 15. Oh, I can level these up now, apparently. Normal attack, foreign Iron Wind. Let's look at this then. Stellar Restoration. Hurls a lightning stiletto, annihilates opponents with thunder. When stiletto hits a target, it deals electro damage to opponents. AoE places stiletto mark on the hit spot. Hold. Just the direction. Lightning stiletto continues uses her stellar restoration again, or uses a charge attack. While its duration lasts, it will clear the stiletto mark and produce a different effect. If she uses her Stellar Restoration again, she will blink to the location. If she uses a charge attack, she will ignite a series of thundering cuts at the mark's location. I did not know you could do that. Starward Sword unleashes the power from lightning, electro damage, and AoE. She then blends the shadow of her blade. Nearby opponents and the max level reached. Ascension Phase 4. After recasting Stellar Restoration, Lightning Stiletto is present. After casting Stellar Restoration, weapon gains Electro Infusion for 5 seconds. Interesting. Normal attacks. I feel like this is the one we should be doing first. Alright. What are these? Domain of Mastery. Aha. And she uses the stupid flower shit. What about you? Ooh, Gust Surge is already level 4. Nice, we can do that. Level fee to level up. Okay, so we can't do that again. Palm Vortex. It's been a long time coming to buff this. Alright. So, Elemental Absorption. If the tornado comes into contact with blah blah blah. Skill attributes. Yes, more damage. What about you, Amber? That's right, we still need to ascend you. Maybe we should do that first? I am unsure. Because until then, I can't do this. But hey, we got new stuff to do. First things to first. The Stairway to Wangshu again? Character is currently involved in other quests. Cannot join this quest. What do adventurers do again? Whatever. We'll do the dailies first, and then we'll worry about that when we worry about that.
You seem tired. Would you like some tea?
No tea for me, thanks. I'm an American. There are some teas that I do like. We're gonna fix that other part of the bridge now? We are. Honestly, it's just one thing after another around here. Still repairing the staircase? Ah, you've come at just the right time. Thanks again for last time. Now it's time for round 2. This one is a little bigger and I don't have enough wooden planks for it. I sent one of the porters to fetch a few new batch, however. He was attacked by monsters on the way back. He panicked and fled back, abandoning the wooden planks along the way. Gave him a real fright. I managed to get him to point to where the wooden planks are, but I simply could not talk him into going back there to collect them. I've racked my brains for a solution in the end. You're the only one that can help. Would you mind fetching the wooden planks for me? Okay. Perfect. I'll wait for you here. You left the planks over here? That's pretty far. Let's try up our new powerful attacks.
With the wind!
That was fun. Tuangshu! Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's not good. That was weird. Have you brought the wooden planks? Here they are. Wonderful. Gosh, these monsters are no end of trouble. These should be plenty. Many thanks. I will get started straight away. Lyon has begun to repair the stairs. Finished. Finally repaired. What do you think of my DIY? Looks alright, eh? With any luck, it might actually be fit for a purpose, too. Anyway, take this for your trouble. My thanks once again. You stop by for a cup of tea and a bite to eat whenever you want to. The chef we got is rather good. Level up. Alright. Next mission at Mingyun. We are speedrunning these. Geosigil. Geomunculus. Answer who's summoning.
Are you here to play with me?
Windblade!
Let me amuse No one escapes my sight. The more, the merrier. Blink! Let me amuse myself a little. Oh, and now you've got me worked up. Cut to the chase. Just once more.
Alright. Where's this Geosigil? Or Geomunculus? Aha! There it is. Also treasure.
You give, you receive.
Mushroom. Alright, so somewhere over here is our next commission. Looks like it's right by the tree. There's a ruin around here somewhere too, but I can never remember where it is. Move this a lot closer to my face. Let's get Noelle ready to top people off.
Someone needs assistance. I must leave no stone unturned.
Shouldn't get careless.
As a good knight should.
Have a look at this. That's it. Cook this through.
Where is this sigil? Where is the Geomunculus? Is it over here? Ah. I do not see a way to get that outside of flying from there. So down below we go.
I missed a spot. Steady as stone. Let it rain. Speed of light. Hey! Got lucky that time. With sword comes shadow. Yeah. No escape. Hey!
Off of there, please.
Incoming.
That's a lot of damage. Get my Noctilicious Jade. Juyun Karsh. Challenge, protect the leyline monolith.
Go, go, Baron Bunny! Incoming! Nowhere to hide. Speed of light. Incoming. Hey! The sword from shadow.
All right. New star approaches. The floating palace. A teapot to call home. Event duration permanent. Alright, straight to the heart. Alright. This thing again.
No stone unturned.
Can I talk about how much I'd love just activating Noelle's shield straight into proccing TNT barrels? I think it's one of the funniest damn things in the world. What is the Domain of Mastery? Domain Blessing of Stone. That one's locked. I've been to half of these areas. And then there's another one of these ruined things up here. My fellow disciple and I trained in the martial arts from childhood. Our quest was to fight the force of evil and protect all that was sacred in the world, but this was no easy task without the aid of a vision. We too sought refuge here to train ourselves further to seek the visions that we desire. Erect this monument and testament of our endeavors. That did something. Alright.
I'll catch up. Leave it all to me. Ooh, wonderful.
Or lapis. Might as well grab this for teleport to it later. Adventure is out there.
Ad Astra Abyss. Thank you for completing. Ad Astra.
There we go.
Ad Astra Abyss.
Catherine? That's right, I am Catherine, the receptionist of the Adventurers Guild. My job is to assign quests to our adventurers and provide intelligence, support, and service all year round. Is there something wrong, adventurer? You seem surprised. What are you doing here? I'm sorry, I don't quite understand your confusion. All guild members should be well aware that Catherine is the receptionist of the Adventurers Guild. The Liyue branch can't go without a receptionist, can it? Therefore, Catherine is here. Do you have any further questions? That does not answer my question. It is Nurse Joy logic. What does the Gnostic Imp cost? $10? $20? That's so weird. There's multiple tiers. Yeah, that's not worth it. Go to Mount Tenahang. I knew grabbing this thing earlier would have been helpful. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. I have to climb the even taller mountain?
No stone unturned.
Cut to the chase.
That's everything. On to the next.
What's a statue on a tree?
That's everything. On to the next. Look up there!
Oh wow, I clipped into it.
Jade Chamber!
That's pretty high up.
This is bad. Paimon's supposed to be your guide, but Paimon doesn't know where the way up to the Jade Chamber is.
We should have asked that emissary, Ganyu. You're only realizing that now? Paimon, just fly. Carry me up there.
Well, since we want to go to the Jade Chamber, heading to its location on the map is the sensible thing to do. Let's look around. There has to be a way up there nearby.
Okay, here's what we do. We get under a raft, and then we glitch, and then we basically try to hit the skybox and just glide down.
Hey, look! There's some sort of mechanism thingy. Since this is the right place, it must have something to do with the Jade Chamber.
Maybe it's the way to the Jade Chamber.
Yes, this must be the way.
Try using the mechanism. Aha! Animo!
Takes us up to here. Aw, if that wind current was stronger, we'd be able to reach the top in one go.
Best to go back to Liyue and ask the Millilith.
Huh?
Why? The way up shouldn't be a secret, or...
Oh, Paimon gets it. If it was a secret, Ganyu wouldn't have let us try to find it ourselves, right? Alright, let's follow your plan. Then we can... Oh, hang on a moment. Look down there. Looks like we've gotten close to the Guizhong Ballista.
Oh, forgot about that thing.
Paimon has a new idea. Why don't we shoot you up to the Jade Chamber using the ballista?
Do you really hate me that much?
No. Paimon may have just forgotten to think about the safety measures.
Still, I do remember that ballista had a scope.
Oh, that's right! Now that you mention it, we could use the Guizhong ballista to see if there's another way up nearby.
Skyrider Greatsword. What made Paimon think that you can even see the ballista from up here?
Someone needs assistance. Ooh, wonderful.
Speed of light.
Halt! Who trespasses on these hallowed grounds?
Hallowed what now? These are the wilds around Mount Tianyang.
Exactly. What are you talking about? We're invited guests. What makes you think you can treat us like this? No. Wait. Maybe this was Ningguang's plan all along. She pretended to invite us to the Jade Chamber, but set up a Millilith ambush here to arrest us.
You haven't explained the invitation to them yet.
Now Paimon's mad. You, over there. This is a trick, isn't it? How shameless.
What? We're just on guard duty. What do you mean, shameless?
What nonsense! Seize these suspicious intruders at once!
Well, here they come. Line them up and knock them down.
Ugh.
Time to clean up.
Don't blink. Hey. I'll race you there. Bet you can't
Despawn.
keep up with me. Bet you can't keep up with me.
beaten. To arms! Take the
Let it
token
rain.
alive! Attack! Wind blade!
Die for fall damage, please.
Stop! What's all this about?
Hey, I know that character.
Lady Kuching, these two strange people suddenly appeared. They seem to have designs on the Guizhong Ballista.
Who are you calling strange?
We were just looking for a way to the Jade Chamber.
You want to go to the Jade Chamber? Who are you?
We're invited guests here to look for the Liyue Archon. Who are you?
Well, as it happens, I am one of the Liyue Archon.
Gasp.
Oh,
I'm Kuching, the Yuheng of the Qixing.
The Yu Hung.
I know of you, traveler. You're Ningguang's guests, yes? Didn't expect to meet you here in the mountains.
wow. Paimon didn't think we'd meet some super rich big shot out here in the middle of nowhere either.
The Guizhong Ballista in Tianheng Pass has long been in disrepair, and yet it was fixed in a single night. I came here to investigate that occurrence. These Millilith are just here to guard the scene, not to arrest anyone.
Okay.
So this was all a misunderstanding? Paimon never would have thought.
Anyway, for a mortal to be able to repair an Adepti mechanism is quite the mystery, even to the Qixing.
That was...
We only did a tiny part of the work there.
Huh? Oh, right. So, Lady Yuheng, might you have any idea why Lady Tianquan invited us to go to the Jade Chamber?
Just call me Kuching.
Ka-ching.
I'd say that Ningguang's purpose is to request that the savior of Mondstadt take a more neutral stance. Or at least, to not wholly side with the Adepti.
We're not taking sides. We spoke with the Adepti. They want to protect Liyue as well.
When you say protect, you're referring to their sanctimonious arrogance, aren't you?
Huh?
They did seem kind of like assholes. Well, 2 out of 3 of them did.
You are mortals, and thus under their protection. There was no way they would have regarded you as someone with the ability to assassinate a god. Naturally, they would also regard Ningguang's locking down the area, questioning the citizenry, and pursuit of the assassin to be pointless work. Perhaps they even wonder if there might be a cover-up. I'll say it like it is. They're underestimating us.
Well, you've got a point there. Still, this is the first time Paimon's seen a person from Liyue who doesn't respect the gods or the Adepti.
Should I respect the shallow sense of time and condescension to mortals that has caused them to delay in moving against us, Qixing? Forget it. I shouldn't speak of them this way. This skepticism is mine alone, and Ningguang does not share it. Either way, I will admit that the actions of the Adepti this time were quite restrained. Rex Lapis's death is indeed an extraordinary circumstance. But to think that they would call for a council of Adepti rather than come down here directly. How surprisingly civilized of them.
Any chance you could talk it out with them?
Well, for Ningguang, she would talk anything and everything out if she could. But I doubt we can do that here. The time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the Liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for Liyue?
Who knows?
Another super bold statement.
I'll stop here. Honestly, I hadn't intended to say so much. But you're a good listener, Traveler. You should both be off to the Jade Chamber. Don't be late now. Ningguang's schedule is packed to the gills all the way till next year.
We still don't know how to get up there.
The cream of Liyue's mercantile crop all see ascending to the Jade Chamber as the greatest honor. Each brings rich gifts as they visit, all to curry a little favor with Ningguang.
Favor?
She is basically the governor of this state. Paimon, that's not the point.
But... Wait, that's right. Greeting gifts are a staple of Liyue's culture. We need to get one. Not to curry favor or anything, just to respect Liyue's culture.
Cool.
Alright. You can decide on your greeting gift yourselves. Let me tell you how to get to the Jade Chamber first.
Because Ganyu didn't tell us shit.
You didn't actually have to come to Mount Tianheng. Go back to Liyue Harbor. Find a guide at the Yuehai Pavilion, and... well then. May we meet again, Traveler.
Alright.
Well, that Yuheng may not respect the gods, but Paimon thinks she's a pretty cool person.
She made a good impression to me, too.
So, what should we give to Ningguang when we see her?
You have really shifted your focus, haven't you, Paimon?
Oh, right! Paimon dreamed of an amazing snack last night. Sugar-frosted slime!
Gifts. Think, Paimon.
Paimon has a feeling that it would be perfect for a super rich person like Ningguang. Why don't we go with that for a gift?
And how would you make this thing you dreamed up?
With a certain boom shakalaka, of course. Let's go gather ingredients. Time waits for no one, and neither will our riches.
Great. I'm gonna go make shit out of slime.
No escape! Speed of light! Cut to the chase! Ha, yeah. Huh? Ha. Ha.
Disappear!
As a good knight should.
These things are annoying.
I'll catch up. All in a day's work.
Alright. There they are, the slimes.
Ooh, look at that slime. It looks crystal clear and very delicious. That's the one.
Tasty slime condensate. Treasure hoarders.
Huh? Is it just Paimon? Or is there a sweet fragrance in the air?
Oh, the perfume lady's back, isn't she?
Huh?
Yinger?
Did you hear that?
Sounded like someone calling for help. Sounded like someone was singing.
No! That was definitely someone in trouble. It came from those ruins over there. Uh-oh. It looks like the treasure hoarders have locked someone inside.
There's no...
Hey! Nowhere to hide.
Finally comes.
Thank you for your help, kind travelers. If you hadn't come to my aid, I surely would have rotted in this cell. Those treasure hoarders. When their mood was good, they'd rearrange those pots of sweet flowers. When they were in a bad mood, they'd rearrange my face.
Aw, it was nothing. No need to thank us all at once or anything.
I understand. Don't worry. I will compensate you both. Don't say that. I only escaped this predicament because of you. I'm Meng Dan, a supplier for Mingxing jewelry in Liyue Harbor. I often walk around these mountains in search of antiques.
This is a weird place to go looking for antiques in the middle of the mountains.
I never expected that those treasure hoarders would have their eyes on the same ruins that I had. Before I knew it, they'd caught and imprisoned me. Is there anything that you lack? Antiques, treasure, various knickknacks, you name it. Well, as long as you want what I have to offer, of course.
Your goodwill is good enough for me.
Wait a moment. Actually, we are looking for something.
Oh? And what might that be?
Do you have a box that can store presents? We'd like a pretty one. The kind that you can use to store snacks.
Of course we do. How can one sell antiques without gift boxes? At Mingxing Jewelry, we have the best gift wrapping service in the 7 nations. Now just give me a moment, and I'll let the boss know. You can go see her whenever you require that box.
All right.
Great! Paimon's sugar-frosted
Wow,
slime
Paimon
now
thinking
comes
ahead.
in a beautiful package.
Way to think ahead, Paimon. I would have never thought to go gift wrapping.
The sun is out. Our work's done for the day. Shall we take a stroll?
Oh, there's a new quest over here. Nice. Xingji.
Hey there! A guy called Meng Dan told us that we could get a nice and shiny box from your store.
Uncle Meng already told me about it. Thank you both for saving him. Many of the best goods in our store were found by Uncle Meng. If anything were to happen to him, it would be impossible for us to continue doing business. Here, this container is itself an antique, with at least 140 years of history. It's already been cleaned. Will it do?
Yep. It's great! Hang on a moment. Could we borrow one other thing?
Whoa, did the audio just clip out there for you guys, or was that just me?
Sure. Please help yourselves. As long as it's on our shelves.
Traveler, this clay pot looks really awesome. If we use an antique as our mixing bowl, we should be able to make a great snack.
No, that's a terrible idea.
It's done! The one and only sugar-frosted slime! Carefully now. Into the box it goes and dust it over with a bit more powdered sugar.
Oh, yes. You might want to use these 2 freshly picked flowers as decorations, too.
Woohoo! It looks beautiful!
I'm still not sold on this gift idea.
Great! Now that we've put all that we've got into this box, let's go to the Jade Chamber to see Ningguang.
Look for the guide to the Jade Chamber.
on the road.
Eugene Terrace. Aha! That looks like a way up. Guide to the Jade Chamber. Liyue.
According to Kuching, this is what we should say. Excuse me, do you sell the moon here?
Yes. How many would you like?
It's not convenient to speak of numbers here.
Ah, well said. Please, use this to ascend to the chamber. Yes, speaking of which, are you two the guests that Lady Ningguang has arranged to meet with today?
Yep.
And yet the code they used was not the one for guests, but for the Yuheng. What's going on here?
Ah, Kaching, what a nice lady. And also, fuck you, Ganyu, you didn't help us at all. Oh, clipping
I've
through
been
grounded.
waiting for you, returnee from Jueyun Karst.
It's Ningguang. Since this is our first meeting, we've prepared a gift. I hope you like it.
Still not sold on that.
Oh, for me. You have my thanks. It seems that I have made things difficult for you, considering that you were supposed to be my guests.
Oh no, it's nothing.
It's my first time coming to a place this high up.
This palace floats in the skies, higher than the peak of any mountain. From this vantage point, one may survey all of Liyue. I have been gathering the funds necessary to build it from the time I began learning the merchant's craft. And since becoming the Tianquan, I have spared no effort in hiring the best craftsmen to constantly extend it. At first, it was but the size of one room. Now, it is large enough to blot out the moon in the skies above Liyue. One day, I believe it will overshadow all 7 nations.
This Tichuan does not lack for ambition.
Not many from outside Liyue earn the right to ascend to the Jade Chamber. But I have been in correspondence with the acting Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius, who spoke highly of you. As such, I have been putting eyes and ears out ever since you reached Liyue.
What?
Thanks, Jean.
And I finally got wind of your movements when you were on the way to Wangshu Inn.
Wait, was Vergoldet one of your people?
Just Vergoldet? No. Everyone at Wangshu Inn is one of ours.
We also ran into the Yuheng not too long ago.
At the Guizhang Ballista, yes?
You weren't peeking on us from the skies the whole time, were you?
I fear that peeking would have been a little difficult from this altitude. Our eyes and ears are more than sufficient. You two are very interesting people, after all. It would be natural to take an interest.
Kaching said that the Qixing would not wish ill on Rex Raptus.
Well, I wouldn't expect you to trust us, considering that you have had far more interactions with the Adepti. The reason I invited you here was to clear up some misunderstandings.
Sky's the limit. Equilibrium. There's not a teleport waypoint up there, is here? Secretary of the Jade Chamber.
I believe that you've heard of the Archon War.
Was it brought up? I think it was. Rings a bell.
Many gods used to walk this earth, and many long wars were fought between them that did not abate until 2,000 years ago. Much blood was shed, and many lives were lost.
Okay.
In the end, only 7 victors remained standing in Teapot. They built cities and nations on the corpses of the vanquished, and thus began the era of the 7.
Cool. How many were there before the 7?
You can see Goyun Stone Forest from here, I trust. It is no natural rock formation. Those are giant spears of rock hurled by Rex Lapis during the war. Beneath the spears lie those cast down by Rex Lapis in those days, gods that failed to seize the title of Archon.
Yipes.
Not only is it true that gods may die, but so too has the membership of the Seven changed over the last 2 millennia. Rex Lapis's passing is an unimaginable disaster for Liyue, but the Order of the Seven will not collapse simply because of that.
There will be a new Archon.
Another Lord of Geo will arise sooner or later. Yet, how are we to forget Rex Lapis? When that time comes, the relationship between the people of Liyue and the gods and Adepti will surely be different from before. Even in a new era, the Liyue Qixing remain Rex Lapis's former subjects. Do you really think us capable of having played a part in his demise? Of lacking the foresight to see the certain repercussions?
Why hide the Exuvia then?
That day at Yujing Terrace, it was also very sudden. Even I was caught completely off guard. You were there, you no doubt saw. But our enemy has long lain hidden within the harbor. If we do not act against them now, they will surely gain the upper hand.
You're gonna pin all this on the Fatui, aren't you?
Hiding the Exuvia was a necessary maneuver to take the initiative back, to play the spider while our foes scurry about.
Who's this enemy you're talking about?
What do you think, traveler?
Is it him?
Huh? What are you two talking about?
You're telling me it was Child the whole time? I didn't get that impression.
Well answered.
Clearing us of suspicion doesn't help clear Child of suspicion. So I don't know why Child would help us.
The scenery out here is fine indeed, but the wind is a little strong. Our preparations to receive guests within are complete. So please, this way.
Wowee! What a huge hall! Paimon's never seen such a fancy place before.
Of course it's bigger on the inside. Oh, it's downstairs. Dark Souls shortcut. In the stacked pile of scrolls, each sheet of paper is thin as an insect's wings. Perhaps these are just calligraphy works? Though the mountains raise the ground beneath, the feet of Crumble may never contract change. For it alone is the bedrock which Mount Yingling stands firm against the tides of ingenious machinations.
Be at ease, you two. Make yourselves at home if you wish.
There's not really a chair for me to pull up.
Can we really?
I have invited you two here as friends. And when friends come over to play, our enjoyment comes first. Naturally.
Is that what I think it is?
Ooh, isn't this that legendary wall?
What legendary wall?
Why, you've kept your ear to the ground,
Oh, the one
I
from the
see.
story.
That's because even the storytellers are talking about it. Everyone's after a piece of paper from that wall. It's super famous.
I bet it's like the equivalent of like the stock market, like numbers or something.
That's because that wall records Leo's secrets. Merchants have always been attracted to secrets. But the secrets of the mercantile world are of no interest to you. are they, Traveler? You're rather special, really, and I think you're quite aware of that. If possible, I'd like to have your trust. But if you were to choose the more trustworthy person between myself and Keqing...
I'd go with Keqing and her skepticism of the divine.
You'd pick Keqing? Nah, I had a feeling. I originally thought her a bit too hard-headed. With someone of her character on the Qixing, I've had some extra messes to clean up behind the scenes. But after she said those words, the time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the Liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for Liyue? Well, I must say that quite a few of my doubts have been dispelled. I won't deny that Rex Lapis's passing seems advantageous to us. But, for Liyue's sake, we cannot allow ourselves to be shackled by rumors of our usurpation of power.
I surmise that the Fatui had a hand in these rumors.
Indeed. It seems that you understood what I meant to say from the very beginning. I called for the gag order and for the Exuvia to be hidden to temporarily stabilize the situation, and also to prevent something similar to the incident in Mondstadt. With Rex Lapis's death, the Fatui have busied themselves with many clandestine actions beyond their diplomatic remit. As the Tianquan, one responsible for Liyue, I cannot be too concerned with appearances when opposing them. Allowing the rite of parting to take place was also meant to buy some time for us to take control of Liyue's administration.
Uh-huh.
It's exactly as Zhongli said. The Qixing only provided the venue for the rite so they could use us for their own ends. Wait, that's right. Speaking of ends, could I say one other thing?
What is it, Paimon?
Of course.
Paimon's heard that anyone who sends a greeting gift gets a little something in return. So, does that include us?
Seriously, Paimon? Seriously?
It's all right. I like direct people. Well, we have made quite a bit of trouble for you recently. How about this?
Sending small armies to kill us.
You can pick any one object here as you please, and you may take it with you.
One object?
Yay! Paimon was just waiting for you to say that. Let's see, what should we get? One of the sheets on that wall.
Huh?
Don't look at Paimon like that. One of these sheets of paper will sell for crazy prices, even if it's only as large as Paimon's fingernail.
But how would you prove it came from that wall?
Just imagine how much more a whole untorn sheet would sell for. Let's grab one, the biggest one.
Pick up a piece of paper, Snow.
Well, that was an easy search. The biggest sheet is right up there in the most obvious spot. Let's go with that one. La 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 la. Let's see what's written on it. Huh? There's a place marked with a circle on here. Oh, could it be treasure? Whatever it is, it better make us filthy rich. Let's see what's written over here. Sigil of permission, something, Fatui, research, copy.
I think this is their notes of them tracking us, Paimon.
Aw, that doesn't sound like treasure at all. This piece of paper shows that a Qixing spy discovered traces of classified Fatui research on the Sigil of Permission. Oh, Ningguang did say that the Fatui have been up to all kinds of mischief in the shadows of Liyue. Spreading rumors, wanting to get their hands on the Archon's body and whatnot. But research on the Sigil of Permission? Paimon wonders what they're up to.
They gave it to us, Paimon. They used it to find one.
Speaking of which, there's also some connection between you and the Sigil of Permission. Seems there's still more for us to find out.
It's all unfolding a little too perfectly.
Oh, you really think so? Well, should we not go then?
No, what I mean is...
Oh, so you're saying that it's precisely because we can't completely trust Ningguang that we should confirm the truth of what she says for ourselves. That's way out of Paimon's league. Paimon thinks she's been nothing but good to us. Anyway, we'll see if you're onto something.
Child has also been equally good to us, and we've been giving him nothing but the cold shoulder.
Before we look for Zhongli at Dihua Marsh, let's go to the place marked out on these papers and see if the Fatui really are up to no good there.
Ningguang's framed wall of business intelligence densely packed with pages of information pulled from countless sources. There are reams of information here: shipping schedules, profit and loss accounts, warehouse inventories, road safety reports, diplomatic intel. The scope is breathtaking, and the level of detail is all the information is up to date. Only the sharpest and most meticulous mind would have been able to cut through the clutter and discern the connections between all these desperate strands of information. Alright. I don't know how I'm gonna get back up here.
Lady Ningguang looks stunning today.
I thought there was only 3 secretaries. I was already here once. Interesting. All right.
There's no end to this.
Let it rain.
Freeze!
With sword comes shadow.
There really were Fatui at the location written down on this piece of paper. And they look really mad at us, too.
Flash Frost. It's time for a flash freeze. Frozen descent. Ow! Oh no!
Get him!
Cold cut planet. Seemed to work. Let's not risk it.
No escape!
Stay right there. Let's end this quickly. Flash Frost. Almost. Freshness preserved. Chill to the bone.
Steady as stone. Time to clean up.
Don't blink! Cut to the chase!
Let's end this quickly.
Speed of light. Incoming. Speed of light.
Yes, this first. Wind blade.
That seemed to work.
Nowhere to hide.
Let's end this quickly.
Incoming. Hey! Leave it all to me. I'll catch up.
Almost.
No one escapes my sights.
Let's not waste time.
Steady as stone.
These 9-foot tall guys with hammers are so annoying.
Let's end this
Someone needs
quickly.
assistance.
Disappear.
Almost.
Hey!
Let's end this quickly.
No escape!
Let's not waste time.
Get him!
As a good knight should.
Let's end this quickly.
Leave it all to me.
Almost. Let's end this quickly.
I'll race you there!
This isn't good.
Speed of light. With sword comes shadow. Don't blink.
Time to fulfill my duty. Not breaking a
Speed of
sweat!
light! Hey! Ha, 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 ha. Ha. I must leave no stone unturned.
How can this be? My work finished.
Alright.
Don't blink! Huh? Yeah, ha, ha, yeah. Cut to the chase. Hit. Huh. Speed of light. Hey!
Ida! This one's well
Don't
done!
blink! Huh?
You need a... Feels clogged!
There are so many talismans here. And some stacks of blank paper, too. What are they for?
Looks like they're copying the pattern on the talisman.
Paimon's seen this pattern before. But where?
On the right of permission.
Oh, Paimon knows! It looks just like the sigil of permission the child gave you. But how did a relic of the Adepti end up in the hands of someone like Child? Suspicious.
It's not just a relic.
Oh, that's right. Cloud Retainer said that when the Lord of Geo created the Sigil of Permission, it wasn't to be used as some old relic. Talismans like that were once used in the Archon War to channel divine powers. Maybe the Fatui are copying the Sigil of Permission in hopes of achieving a similar effect. Being able to channel divine power in battle? Whew, that sounds pretty dangerous.
Seems the Fatui are definitely up to something. Maybe this paper is only a snippet of a much bigger plan.
And the plot thickens. We'll need to keep an eye on Child, that's for sure. Alright, that's enough sticking around here. We gotta go meet up with Zhang Li soon.
He's at Liyue Marsh, right?
The last stop on our rite of parting preparations tour is Liyue Marsh. Let's go! Paimon hates being late.
It's been days in-game. Solitary fragrance. Where in Liyue Marsh? Oh, he's over there.
Quite a downpour. Speed of light! Hey! Hip. Incoming! Nowhere to hide. You give, you receive.
He's just standing here in the middle of nowhere. Menacingly. Menacingly.
Right on time. I myself only arrived moments ago.
Bullshit.
Did you enjoy your visit to the Jade Chamber?
It was so big and pretty and expensive. Paimon's never seen such a fancy schmancy place before.
Indeed. It's second to none in all of Liyue. Then you met with Ningguang, I trust? What did you talk about with her?
A few things.
She's super rich and so generous. Paimon thinks she's very friendly.
Business people are always friendly when it comes to suit their interest.
Yeah, his take on Ningguang is quite different from Paimon's. He thinks that even the tactless Yuheng is more trustworthy than her.
Oh. So you also met with Keqing then? What did she have to say?
She said the time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the Liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for Liyue?
No respect for the divine. Indeed, contrary to the ever-bold Keqing, Ningguang is more of a businesswoman at heart, though they are both members of the Qixing. Although she's friendly, there's no way of clearly discerning her true intentions.
She's highly ambitious.
Yes, she has only relied on herself to rise to her current position. No ordinary person could ever achieve that. It's said that she's the one behind the constant expansion of the Jade Chamber. It's the second most important thing to her. Even if she ever gave up the position of Tianquan, she would never give up the Jade Chamber.
The Jade Chamber is only second. What's the most important thing to her then?
Why, Mora, of course.
No surprises there.
All Ningguang talked about was the Fatui this and the Fatui that. She said that after Rex Lapis was murdered, the Fatui have constantly been trying to sink their fingers into Liyue, and that they aren't to be trusted.
That's what the MO is, though.
That is how the Fatui have always been. It doesn't surprise me in the least.
And now they're trying to reproduce the Sigil of Permission.
No matter what they may be planning, you must be careful when dealing with the Fatui. Always be on your guard.
So, is there anything we need to get for the rite of parting in Liyue Marsh?
Yes, as a matter of fact, there is. Today, we'll be gathering wild Glaze lilies.
Wild what nows?
Glaze lilies? But why did we come all the way out here? Doesn't the garden in Yujing Terrace have some? Even Qingse Village has glaze lilies. Oh, right! Paimon remembers that Madame Ping is always tending to flowers. Maybe we could ask her.
No. Those lilies have all been gardened by people. They won't do it all. Liyue Marsh used to be full of glaze lilies. It is a sort of joyful flower that listens to human song.
Yeah, it makes their eyes glaze over.
Before the Archon War, Liyue Marsh was all dry land and fertile soil. But the war caused landslides, and the land was flooded, turning it into the marsh you see now. Nearly all the glaze lilies were wiped out. Of course, there are some kinds of flowers that have been preserved and gardened by people in the city. But very few people know that glaze lilies may still be found in the wild. Wild glaze lilies have the strongest fragrance. If we want to follow the true tradition of the rite of parting, we must grind up the wild lilies and place the powder in a censer of everlasting incense. But I'll need your assistance in gathering these flowers.
So you need me to sing?
That's correct. Your singing will surely bring out the strongest fragrance from the flowers.
Alright. My voice is kind of going, but I'll give it my best shot.
So how good is your singing?
I'm a pro, just step back and listen.
Really? Why doesn't Paimon believe you?
Because Paimon has no faith in anything.
We'll only know once he starts singing.
Search for glaze lilies. They're right there. Told you I was an amazing singer.
It's time to sing, whenever you're ready.
Clears throat.
Da 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 da.
Wait, that's Barbara's song.
What happened? These flowers are jumping. They look really angry. Is it because you sang a song for Mondstadt that they don't understand here in Liyue?
With sword comes shadow.
Those flowers put up quite a fight.
This little monster is known as a whopper flower. Strange. These petals look interesting. The glaze lilies used as a disguise were buried with the whopper flower for too long. The result seems to have surprisingly potent medicinal value. Let's collect what we can of these petals.
Well, that's nice and all, but will those petals be useful for the rite of parting?
Unfortunately, no.
That's so lame.
Excuse me.
Oh, hi, Ganyu.
Are you searching for glaze lilies?
Yes.
Oh, hey, it's... What's her face? Paimon can't remember.
Greetings, Ganyu.
Hello, traveler. I'm surprised you still remember my name. Ah, that reminds me. How was your visit to the Jade Chamber?
Good, no thanks to you.
Well, it sure would have been better if you told us how to get up there.
Didn't I tell you the way? Surely I did.
No, you did not.
Nope, we found the way on our own.
Isn't it a secret, so you just presumed we knew?
Oh, I see. Uh-oh. I guess I really did forget to tell them.
She's a ditz.
Something seems a little off about Ganyu. She's acting different from the first time we met. Where's her serious attitude now?
Ah, well, I met you at that time as an emissary of the Tianquan. But now, I am simply out on a stroll to see the flowers.
And your point being?
You came all the way out here to see the flowers? Why not just enjoy the gardens of the city?
Yujing Terrace is where Rex Lapis parted from this world. If I strolled through those lonely gardens now, I wouldn't be able to bear it. Whenever my duties take me near Yujing Terrace these days, I draw the windows to block my view of the gardens.
Oh, sorry. We shouldn't have brought it up.
No, it's quite all right. I just haven't processed my emotions yet. When the Archon War came to its end 2,000 years ago, the first iteration of the Seven would gather in Liyue and drink with Rex Lapis. But 5 of those original 7 had already passed before Rex Lapis. It's truly a changing of the guard.
5 of the original 7. So which one was the one that didn't die?
Yes. Now that the spirit of Rex Lapis has returned to the heavens, only Barbados of Mondstadt remains of the first 7.
Of course it's Barbados.
The other 5, including Inazuma's Raiden Shogun, are no longer the same friends from 2,000 years ago. Of the current 7 Archons, the youngest is Sumeru's god of Dendro. She is merely 500 years old, whereas Rex Lapis was more than 6,000 years old at the time of his passing.
Damn, we underestimated Venti's age. We lowballed him at 1,000. That puts him probably closer to 10K.
This means that Liyue had been under Rex Lapis's rule from the moment it was first founded 3,700 years ago. The city has never had to bid farewell to its deity.
So what do you think of this farewell?
Huh? This is a little sudden.
Say something?
As a mortal, I've never dared to imagine a Liyue without Rex Lapis. But as an Adeptus, I think I will eventually come to grips with reality. Since Rex Lapis has passed, the time of Liyue's contract with the gods and Adepti has now reached its end.
You're an Adeptus too?
Huh? Did you just say, as an Adeptus?
Yes, I am a mix of human and Qilin. Adeptus blood flows through my veins. I fought for Rex Lapis and the city of Liyue during the Archon War.
Qilin? Why does that sound familiar? I feel like that's been brought up before.
After the war ended, I signed a contract with Rex Lapis and took the position as secretary for the Qixing. I've continued those duties to this very day.
So you're half Qilin. That explains the horns. So you're how old?
Well, let's save that conversation for another day. You say that you are here looking for glaze lilies?
No, don't gloss over that. I need to know how old you are. I need a frame of reference. You've been working with Rex Lapis?
I also know where wild glaze lilies can be found. See, I've just picked one myself. Here, you may have it if you wish.
We dare not refuse it.
Oh, so did you sing a song before you picked the lily?
Indeed, I did. I know this tradition well. In fact, I sang a local Liyue ballad to it.
Really?
Wow, so you really know your stuff, too. Thanks, Gunyu.
No, it is you who I should be thanking. If not for this chance meeting, I never thought that I would be able to contribute to the upcoming farewell for our ancient lord. If you would excuse me, I should return to my work now. Good luck.
And that just about does it. Our preparations for the rite of parting are mostly finished.
I thought she was going to lead us to where the lilies were, but I guess we'll just take the one she had already picked, and that's it.
Given the ease of picking glaze lilies, I think this was a fitting end to our tasks, in more ways than one.
Zhongli, you seem suited to working in agricultural development.
Yeah, Paimon can already imagine him starting a business in Liyue.
I've had enough ventures in my life already. Beginning a new undertaking is always difficult at first, and requires no small amount of effort. And once business is at full steam, the stress of it all only wears away at you over time. So you must be careful to take the time to step back and re-examine yourself. If left unchecked, the wear and tear on your heart may go well past mending.
Wow. See? Zhongli sounds like he's already seen it all. Alright, I think it's about time we head back to Liyue Harbor now.
I have Glaze Lily. Head back to Liyue Harbor. Oh, it wants us to go to the front entrance. Which means some event or cutscene will probably happen as we walk through. I haven't seen Child in a while, so we'll probably run into him again. Splashdown.
Huh? What happened? The city gate is swarming with Millilith and... the Fatui?
This atmosphere is highly abnormal. It seems as though something big has happened. We should ask around a little, just to be safe.
Let's talk to Felix.
Ah, you're the consultant to Wengsheng Funeral Parlor. Mr. Zhongli, I presume. The Millilith are watching our every move now. These are desperate times. We mustn't act rashly.
Desperate times?
The Adepti of Joyun Karst are finally on the move.
Do they intend to exercise force?
Most likely. I've heard that some members of the Qixing have already gone to meet them. Well, I say meet, but it's more like they're attempting to stall the Adepti outside the city.
Okay, then.
However, both sides were quite obstinate and hit an impasse.
Why is it that almost every Fatui we talk to is, like, relatively forthcoming and nice?
It seems inevitable, given the current situation.
The Adepti do not acknowledge the Qixing. They only acknowledge the contracts of the Liyue Archon. If the two sides come to blows, Liyue Harbor will be in no position to stop them.
Surely the Liyue Qixing are not the sort to give in so easily.
Their boneheadedness is known throughout the lands. Yet it's because of that obstinacy that mortals and Adepti are now on the verge of conflict.
And what now? How is it that the Fatui have come under fire?
What did you guys do?
That's all Ningguang's doing. She proclaimed that in these tumultuous times, the Millilith must rein in the actions of the Fatui. Only now do they want to start keeping tabs on us? That's the Qixing for you. Anyway, Mr. Zhongli, you're one of Child's close associates. Please understand that your actions will reflect on us. Don't let anyone catch you off guard.
It looks like things are about to boil over in Liyue Harbor.
Is there anything we can do?
Do you intend to use your neutral identity as an intermediary between both sides? Or will you use your sword to turn the balance? Neither path is an easy one.
I'd rather take the mediator route.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Zhongli, we've heard that the Wangsheng funeral parlor has also been caught up in all of this. They're currently squaring off with the authorities at the gates.
Why does a funeral parlor gotta get into fights with people?
Things are taking a turn for the worse. I'm afraid I must leave now to handle things back at Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. I hope that Master Hu has been able to keep things under control for the moment.
Master Hu? Director Hu?
Consider your next course of action carefully, Traveler. If you're trying to prevent an explosion, it may be wisest to look for the fuse first.
Good idea.
Having connections with the Fatui seems to be quite the double-edged sword. So what does Zhongli mean by looking for the fuse?
You know, Mr. More Money Than Sense.
Oh, Paimon gets it. If there's anyone that wants to see the whole city turned upside down, it's definitely him.
We kind of don't know that. All we know is that he has helped us and that we kind of pissed him off.
He must be waiting for the moment when no one is watching to do something really bad. But where could we find him now? Where would he go at a time like this?
Follow me. I know where to go. To the bank! Solitary Fragrance. Heart of Glaze. Go to Golden House. Oh, that's right. The Exuvia. I don't know why he wants it. I am going to go here real quick. Because I has bad feeling that I might need to top off health. Only need 10 more of these. Golden House is over here. Interesting. Let's glide over. That's the Golden House? Is that the thing that we used to climb up to get up here, or is that somewhere else? And we can glide for a long time without using stamina.
Perhaps you and I can make a pact that benefits us both.
Does this count for 37 pulls?
No. Because you haven't been subbed for the 37 months that we've been streaming this game. However, that does count for at least one, for sure. It also makes it so the next sub will actually reset the stream boss. By the way, does this keep track of, like, your pity or something? I know there's a pity system. Oh yeah, I got this guy. Shikanoyan Heizo. Oh, Chi-Chi and Jean are also on the banner. As well as Dori and Kuki Shinobu, Sayu, Rosaria, Sucrose, Chongyun, Bennett, Ningguang, Beidou, Razor, Rust. Who's Rust? Oh, that's a weapon. Rust. The Stringless, Eye of Perception. 3-star stuff. 4-star stuff. Cool. Yep. Okay. We can just enter in here? No one's... Oh, Golden Shadow. Doesn't tell me I recommend it, so we just going in regardless. The Golden Shadow. Exuvia's not dead, is it?
Wow! This is the Golden House?
Why was it unlocked?
It looked impressive enough from the outside, but who would have guessed that it was even fancier on the inside? And so full of Mora.
Why is the vault open, Paimon? Why were we able to just walk in?
This is where all of Tevat's Mora is minted, right? In that case, maybe they won't notice if a few Mora go missing.
If it were that easy, this place would have been emptied long ago.
Oh, so it's a trap! Tricky, tricky. Good thing Paimon's got you here. But even if we can't take any, we can still have a closer look, right?
Paimon, you have a weird treasure fetish.
Or better yet, take a nap on top of a mountain of Mora. It's like a dream come true.
Something feels amiss here.
Oh, right. Back to business. It's quiet. Too quiet. Surely someone's gotta be guarding something as important as the Exuvia.
Yes, we finally caught on to what I've been saying this whole time. Where are the guards?
Huh? Look! What happened here?
Ah, there they are. Out of frame.
Uh-oh. Paimon smells trouble. Quick! We have to go make sure that the Exuvia is all right.
Heart of Glaze. Examine the Exuvia. This looks like a boss arena. Exuvia's gonna come to life and we're gonna have to fight it, aren't we? Rex Lapis ain't dead!
You've already fulfilled your task as guides, so why do you still linger here? Haven't you already seen enough trouble for today?
Huh? Who's there?
That was Child's voice.
If you were Fatui, I imagine that you would be entitled to a generous reward from the Tsaritsa herself. But now, you're nothing but dross, and you're in my way.
Dross? What's dross? Is it like moss on a rock or something? Looks like I was just in time then.
Although I'm deeply grateful to you that I was able to effortlessly find this secret location, don't you think that trying to stop me now would just be wasted effort? Stopping the Mora Mints, hiding away the Exuvia. The Chising are really pulling out all the stops this time.
I still don't know what your plan or goal is.
So you've been planning to take the Gnosis from inside the Exuvia all along?
Oh yeah, that. They want those.
As one of the 11 Fatui Harbingers, it's my duty to see the will of the Tsaritsa fulfilled. She will get that which she desires.
And if I have anything to say about it, I will not let you get near the Exuvia.
I'm not asking for your blessing, and there's nothing you can do to stop me anyway.
You have a bow, I have a sword. Come at me.
The time for discussion and diplomacy has already passed. I mean, if it were up to me, I would have skipped that stage to begin with. But I'm willing to do as the Tsaritsa deems fit. Either way, we now come to my favorite part. A simple pleasure, and one that I am oh so delighted to be sharing with you.
Maybe we should be pulling on his banner.
The battle.
Battle? So you're the type that goes looking for trouble, huh?
You could say that. When Signora offended the deities outside the cathedral in Mondstadt, she swiftly left the scene once her mission was accomplished.
Yes, she did leave just as quickly as she showed up.
Instead of confronting you directly, she chose to rely on the snow and ice to make her escape. She wouldn't want the knights to come running towards the sound of battle now, would she? When she faces a worthy opponent, she will prioritize her mission, weigh the outcomes, and consider the consequences of her actions.
So you're just gonna walk past us, grab the thing, and leave then?
But as for me, the greatest pleasure of being a harbinger lies in crossing blades with strong opponents.
Or not.
We won't let what happened in Mondstadt ever happen again!
Oh, so you intend to fight me? Good. I won't kill you, Traveler. I'll just play along, to feel the thrill of battle.
This music is ominous.
Besides, you could never defeat me, not even in your wildest dreams. But hey, try to relish the fight anyway, because if you ask me, without that, what else is there?
I could never defeat you. You're completely delusional.
Fighting talk, I love it. Now let's see you live up to it.
Cool, should be easy. Let's just beat him up.
This chance is hard to come by, so show me all you've got. So very few ever get the chance to square off with a Fatui Harbinger. So come now, amuse me, and don't you dare disappoint.
Steady as stone.
Passable effort.
Time to clean up.
Poor timing. Cowering already?
Don't blink.
With the wind! Try this. So quick to flee. Yeah.
Leave it all to me.
Voyager.
That is a fucking whale.
How unbecoming.
Speed of light. Huh? Got lucky that time. Cut to the chase.
Try this.
Incoming. Hey.
Not bad, not bad. Not bad. You've got a trick or two. Haha, good. No wonder Signora was so wary of you.
You change outfits.
That just means I can go all out. Brace yourself. This is about to get tough. Now, show me what you can do against the might of a Harbinger.
He is not taking anywhere near as much damage.
I'll be fine.
Go, Baron One.
Gotcha.
Ouch.
Raging Tide. Break.
Ow.
Something else catch your eye?
Speed of light. Huh?
Has your luck run out?
Someone needs. I must leave no stone unturned.
You've got some skills. This! Wind blade!
Don't blink!
Raging tide! The price of a
Lucky that
single
time.
slip. Gotcha. I'll crush you!
Bet you can't keep up with me! Incoming!
Has your luck run out? Break!
Get him! I'll race you there!
Something else catch your eye?
Don't blink! Nowhere to hide!
Oh, come on, I was winning.
Not bad. Your swordsmanship is quite impressive. But that's about as far as you'll get.
Oh, I forgot. I could switch to Geo.
Didn't think you had that card hidden up your sleeve.
You were just playing us to get close to the Exuvia!
Oh, quiet down. Stop acting like some wide-eyed recruit. You've seen this world. You of all people should know. This should have been expected! Well then, I'll be taking Morax's Gnosis now! I see. Well, this is most unexpected. You beat me to it, didn't you?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's a cloak of stars. Child 11th of the Harbingers.
Not bad. But this is going to cost you! Yeah!
You okay, Paimon? That's the first time I saw her do anything that looked like she might get hurt.
You got to the Gnosis ahead of me, didn't you? Did you simply move faster? Or did you leak the information regarding the Golden House to me on purpose? No matter. Hand the Gnosis over, now. Don't make me take it from you.
We didn't take it!
Where to run?
Oh, fuck.
Speed of light! Hey! I'll be fine. Don't blink! No escape!
Shit.
Go, go, Baron Bunny!
Shatter!
Whoa! Ow. That hurts. That hurts a lot.
Someone needs assistance. Someone needs assistance. I'll catch up.
That is a whale. He's better at the game than me, guys. He can whale. I feel like this is a meta joke about fighting in a bank.
Speed of light. Hey!
Where's he going? Ow!
You got me.
Owie. Let's just stop this and eat a steak dinner in the middle of this. Yeah.
Steady as stone.
Die here.
Those are big.
Don't blink. With sword comes shadow. I'll race you there. Go, go, Baron Bunny.
Devour.
Bet you can't keep up with me.
Ow, that hurts. That really
I
hurts.
must leave no stone unturned.
Thank you, Noelle, for having high defense.
Someone needs assistance. Steady as stone.
Die here.
Ow!
Training.
We need to level up Amber.
I'll be fine. Don't blink.
I'll let you off. I'll let you off this time.
Look! Child's back to normal again.
Well then, time to cool off. It seems the burden of the foul legacy transformation was too great for my body. I lacked the opportunity to think this through.
Aight.
And now that I consider the matter more carefully, you never had any chance of beating me to the Gnosis. You had no connection to the Gnosis, no matter where it had been taken.
That's what we've been trying to tell you. We didn't take it.
Your show of ability today far surpasses that of Signora's initial assessment of you in Mondstadt. Tell me, how could that be?
Because I am gradually restoring my former power.
You already know the answer, don't you? I can see it in your eyes. But if that is a secret you wish to keep, I guess I'll just have to curb my curiosity. This battle has already left me satisfied. Anyone who strives as I do to grow stronger shall be called a friend, even if our friendship can only be shown in battle against one another.
Aight. See, I like this guy. He's pretty chill.
Pretty sure that's not the normal way to make friends.
He's like the Kenpachi Zaraki of this game.
Unfortunately, I must bring this amiable conversation to an end. My quest still beckons. Given that the Gnosis wasn't taken by anyone, then we must look once again to the beginning. Perhaps it was never in the Exuvia to begin with. In fact, It might be that the exuvia was just a diversion of sorts.
What? So you mean that...
The corpse was fake, Rex Lapis still lives.
Yes, it appears so. Interesting to say the least. It seems that the guardian deity of the capital of commerce is also well versed in little maneuvers beyond the boundaries of contracts. As such, we must now look to our backup plan.
What was that?
I had hoped it would never come to this, for the weak will be swept away in the process.
Oh, you're just gonna deluge the whole city, aren't you?
The truth is, the world belongs to those who pursue strength. I seldom willingly involve myself with the weak. Unfortunately, we cannot be picky about our methods as Fatui harbingers. Children must all learn to eat their vegetables sometime.
So what are you planning to do?
I will awaken the god that lies dormant beneath Guyon's stone forest.
That sounds bad.
A god?
Osial, overlord of the Vortex, who was defeated by Morax, the Geo-Archon in the Archon War, and who has remained pinned beneath the waves by the Geo-Archon's stone spears ever since. If such an ancient god were to be unleashed upon Liyue Harbor, defenseless without the protection of its deity, do you think the cunning Rex Lapis would just stand aloof and watch the ensuing destruction?
But the Archon War ended 2,000 years ago. How can an ancient god appear in a world now overseen by the Seven?
Simple. I've already prepared the means to awaken it.
With what?
Hey, those are sigils of permission! Oh, Paimon remembers now. The Fatui have been researching them.
I've been trying to duplicate them.
Indeed. The one that was given to you was just a byproduct of our research. With the power of so many sigils of permission concentrated in one place, along with that which was bestowed upon me as a harbinger by our Tsaritsa, breaking the subduing might of the Geo-Archon spears for a time should be no obstacle. Using the powers of ancient gods in such a situation fails to interest me, and is largely against my principles. But knowing that such an action will not only force the Geo-Archon to show its hand, but you as well, that makes matters a little more intriguing.
What is happening? Oh, wait. Arise, ocean god, pinned by stone spears. It doesn't look like it's pinned.
Let's see. Will the nation that has lost its deity be swallowed up by an ancient malice once more? If you wish to drown together with the people of Liyue, you're free to stay and enjoy the show.
Huh? He's already gone. That guy is fast. What's going on?
That's not good. Next mission locked to world rank 30.
Paimon's exhausted. If we hadn't happened to see the Jade Chamber flying over just as we came out of the Golden House, we really wouldn't have known which way to go. Did we make it in time? Is the Overlord of the Vortex still in the sea? It hasn't destroyed Liyue yet, has it?
What are you doing here?
Huh? Hold on. It's the Adepti. What are you doing on the Jade Chamber? Paimon thought you were arguing with the Qixing. Is the fighting over?
Faced with a calamity of such magnitude, we have agreed to put our differences aside for now, and
Unite.
Oh, Paimon gets it. So how do you plan to defend Liyue? Just seeing this Overlord of the Vortex guy puts a pit in Paimon's tummy.
He big. He big boy.
It's not just you. We've got new Millilith recruits who can't even stand at attention without shaking. The force of an ancient god's presence seems to be too much for ordinary people to handle. Which is why we must stop that monster before it gets any closer to Liyue Harbor.
Yeah, but what we can do about that?
So the Archon War was fought 2,000 years ago against enemies like that thing? Now that's scary. So will the power of the Qixing, Millilith, and Adepti gathered here be enough to stop that god?
We've already discussed this together, and our conclusion is... not necessarily.
Oh.
What? But all of you were supposed to be the guardians of Liyue. Can't you think of something?
One certainly could.
Huh?
The Qixing did once research the matter of the Guizhong Ballista when it piqued their fancy. And as fate would have it, one who did craft the Guizhong Ballista with one's own hands is here. For what could you mortals ever learn of Adepti mechanisms? Yet, it would take one, but a little tinkering to turn this ballista into an engine of war beyond your wildest thoughts.
I forgot that you're the engineer one.
I suppose this is one blessing from the Adepti that we should be thankful for. So be it. We shall use the upgraded Guizhong Ballista to fight off that god. All the Adepti here can lend their strength to man it. We haven't a moment to spare. Our battle begins now.
We're gonna have to use that fucking ballista? Cool. Rail shooter, activate. Or not. God, they're tall.
The three Adepti are manning the Guizhong Ballista. Do not let the Fatui disturb their work.
All able Millilith, with me!
Let's go help too!
We Adepti have not faced a god in several millennia. Let one see what you're made of then. What strength remains within you, one wishes to witness.
Incoming!
That's impressive. Playing tower defense, where we defend the towers. It's not the other way around.
Don't blink! Nowhere to hide. Bet you can't keep up with me.
That is Osial's divine power. I am very familiar with it. Be careful not to get hit.
That's a fucking huge AoE. Oh no, the hammer guys.
Their attacks are unrelenting!
None shall pass.
How daring. Snezhnai's diplomats will answer for this afterward. Every last one.
Disappear!
The ancient gods attacking again! There are so many Fatui too! We can't hold...
Were you about to say we can't hold them, children?
Huh?
Madam Ping.
Don't lose heart. Here, take this.
This is... Geptal energy! That light from your body! It's like the time in Julian Karst! Wow! It's Madam Ping's shockwave! This glitter is really strong!
You can't run!
Cut to the chase. Don't blink. Let it rain. I'll race you there.
Time for a break yet!
As a good knight should.
My work finished.
With the blood of the Chilean, I guard you against evil. Cast your fear of injury by the wayside and fight with all your might. I too did this during the Archon War.
So this is what Ganyu's like in a fight!
My name means swiftness. Take my power and run as I do.
We're going too fast!
Unlimited stamina.
Child, you are strong in body and spirit. Perhaps you can withstand 3 forms of adeptal energy at once.
This will hurt a little. Please bear with us.
Once you've adapted, try to use them in battle.
The one-shot power.
Don't blink.
Oh my goodness.
The sword from shadow. No escape. Bet you can't keep up with me.
You're not going anywhere! Freshness prescribed food.
Blink.
The citizens. Exercise caution. I fear that the god's power has reached its peak.
In other words, if we hold here, there's nothing worse to come, right?
No stone uncast, as a dutiful maid would. Someone needs assistance.
This isn't good. I miscalculated.
50 seconds left.
Speed of light. Cut to the chase.
This is good. This is it.
No escape. Look at me. The Fatui's numbers are thinning.
Fight on, comrades! Once we finish this lot off, the Adepti will be able to deal with the god in peace.
Don't blink.
The interlopers are no more. Now we may commit ourselves fully.
working!
pissed.
We just need to keep this up!
Uh-oh. That don't look good. Special heat cannon. Lost cause.
Be careful now.
The Guizhong Ballista is destroyed. Without its covering fire, retaliation shall be difficult.
But the Jade Chamber is our last line of defense. We can't give another inch, no matter what.
I have another idea.
What do you mean, Lady Ningguang?
I'll sacrifice the Jade Chamber.
What is the meaning of this?
I understand.
Traveler, lend me a hand. Farewell, old friend. Goodbye for now. Let us meet again in the future.
I cast Meteor. That was cinematic AF.
Disgusting.
Well, so much for Rex Lapis. He didn't do shit. So how is she not a 5-star? Good question.
Is it finally over?
The ominous aura of that monster has indeed begun to fade. The effects of the Sigil of Permission last but a short time. It will be some time before the Overlord of the Vortex can make any waves again.
We are indebted to you for your assistance. If the Adepti hadn't happened to be here, the future of Liyue Harbor would surely have been in great jeopardy.
Save your flattery. We didn't just happen to be here. Surely you won't pretend to have forgotten the reason for which we came.
Come now. There's no need for such harsh words, Cloud Retainer. I've heard that when Ningguang began learning to do business, she had already started setting aside part of her then limited income in preparation for building the Jade Chamber. At first, it was only the size of a small room, but with continued expansion, it has become the palace that lies before you now. It is a testament to Ningguang's entire life, both as a businesswoman and as the backbone of the Liyue Qixing. Seeing the Jade Chamber destroyed in the defense of Liyue means much to her. To me, such cooperation and sacrifice deserves at least some recognition, don't you agree?
Well, I was really hoping you would say that such sacrifice could at least be used as some leverage in our negotiations. Thank you all for hearing me out. We know very well why the Adepti came here today. But please forgive us. We cannot yield to your wishes.
Oh?
3,700 years. According to our records, the Adepti signed a contract with Rex Lapis to protect Liyue 3,700 years ago. Even to this very day, Liyue and its lands have stood the test of time, immovable as stone, just as it was thousands of years before. This is truly no small feat. But that does not mean that the Liyue of today is the same city as it was all those years ago. Do not merely cast your protective gaze upon the land. Instead, focus your sights on our city and each of the citizens that dwell within it.
Are you questioning our means of protecting Liyue?
I mean no offense. I simply hope that our Adepti forebears would see Liyue in a new light.
Forebears, you say? One doubts you would be fit to be part of such a lineage.
This morning, Rex Lapis appeared to me in a dream.
What?
In the dream, I yearned to tell him that we Qixing, though mortal, are equally bound to the contract. Each passing generation of the Qixing leaves many things of value to be inherited by the next generation. I also thought to tell him how the past generations of Qixing had strove under his rule to survive in our mortal world, establishing a network of contracts which has since come to be known as trade. But I dared not speak. I could only gaze at him in silence until the moment I awoke.
Oh, Ningguang.
We're all on the same side here.
Yet another perspective. What are you trying to say, Outlander?
When there is discord between guardians and those who were meant to be defended, harmony becomes very difficult to restore.
Right! That's something that happened in Mondstadt. It's a story about the Four Winds and the people of the Animal Archon. The Animal Archon sought to quell the strife between the two sides, because he believed that such conflict would only scar the hearts of both, and that nothing good would come of it.
This is what we learned in the City of Freedom.
Each of the 7 nations has its own scars from the past.
Though your point is the very height of simplicity. As Adepti, we've become a laughingstock, to be chastised thus by an outlander who has lent us such succor.
All right, all right. Didn't Ningguang suggest that we should focus on the city and each of its citizens? I know I already have, so why not see for yourselves?
I apologize for appearing in full armor. I am afraid I cannot show the proper courtesies.
Oh, it's this guy. I thought we killed you.
And who are you?
I am Feng Yan, a sergeant of the Millelith. I have come to extend my thanks to the Adepti. I thought this battle would perhaps be my last. But thanks to the aid of the Adepti, our forces were not as badly battered as I feared we might be. Although I am a mere mortal soldier, I promise to hold the line and never betray the grace given to us by the illuminated Adepti this day.
Huh? Why does everyone look so down? Didn't we just beat that big monster?
Weren't you frightened, dear? It was quite the predicament.
I wasn't afraid. All the strong Millelith guards were there, and those powerful heroes with their visions were there. Everyone was there.
And you were there. And you were there. Everyone is there.
When danger is near, everyone always protects me. And the rest of the time, they make fun toys and tasty snacks and loads of things that make the harbor so pretty.
Who's this kid and why are we listening to them? Were we supposed to meet them at some point?
Thanks for protecting Liyue Harbor. Please come visit us for the next lantern rite.
Da 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 da.
Unfortunately, we wouldn't be able to participate.
Huh?
Because we are Adepti.
Oh yeah, Shaw's still on that whole we can't interfere in the mortal realm shtick.
Oh, okay. It must be hard being an Adeptus. Aww.
Poor kid.
You see, this is what Liyue is like today. The country of contracts is grateful to the Adepti for their protection, but it is no longer necessary for the city to rely on the Adepti's power to solve every little niggling matter. Although their blood is weak, There is still strength to be found in those we call mortals.
Yes, Madam Ping.
The time of contracts between gods and Liyue has long since passed. Now is the time of contracts between Liyue and its people.
Seeing the port around us now, it is hard not to feel a bit out of place. Wouldn't you say so, Cloud Retainer?
Your line of inquiry is askew. One did not spearhead this expedition to Liyue Harbor.
Seems like the Adepti have had a change of heart.
They listen to what the people have said, and they're trying to understand things from their own perspective.
Let us return now.
Eager to leave, Conqueror of Demons.
Yes, one understands what the Conqueror of Demons means. The city of Liyue has changed much after our long separation. One fears that by the time one finally grasps the new contracts of Liyue, you humans would have once again changed the place beyond recognition. Fair enough. Away we shall, and return whence we came.
I'll see you in Juyun Karst.
Since we Adepti have consensus, then one shall persist no further. But how will we ensure that the Liyue Qixing will not simply exploit their power once we depart? In my view, that is still a thing to be guarded against.
All right, Mooncarver, you needn't worry. It seems to me that this right of supervision is best left to the people of Liyue.
Looks like the conflict between humans and Adepti was avoided. All's well that ends well, huh?
The Adepti were quite reasonable in the end.
Oh, right! It's nice that we've got peace and all, but we're forgetting one thing.
We never met the Liyue Archon.
Child wanted to unleash the god so he could lure Rex Lapis out. But we were able to handle the Overlord of the Vortex on our own. So Rex Lapis never showed up. Oh, and speaking of that, don't we still need to get to the bottom of that Archon's death too?
Finally, the root of the matter.
Hyman doesn't get it. But isn't the strongest lead we have the Adepti-less rite of parting that we're organizing? No idea where Zhongli's going. Let's ask for him at Wangshan Funeral Parlor.
Alright. Follow the yellow sparklies. Well, I guess we can end with a funeral for a god that's probably not dead. Where is this damn funeral parlor they keep bringing up anyway? It's over here. Fairy Lady, Undertaker, Wangshang Funeral Parlor.
Is there anything I can do for you two? I'm afraid that Wangsheng Funeral Parlor isn't in the best state to receive guests.
We've come to see Zhongli. Could you please tell him we're here?
Unfortunately, Zhongli isn't here at the moment. It seems he went to Northland Bank.
Northland Bank?
Doesn't the Northland Bank belong to the Fatui?
He is in a liaison to them.
Last time we saw Zhongli was before we went to the Golden House. Do you think he doesn't know about the attack on Liyue? Visiting the Fatui at a time like this could only mean more trouble. We had better go and make sure that everything is okay.
Makes sense to me. Oh. Yeah, upstairs, right? Yeah. To the Northland Bank. I will take note of that. I appreciate that. I definitely did not get a chest on the second floor of the Northland Bank. Since you're just joining us, I think I'd let you know that we're doing a little bit of a game with the streams from this point moving forward.
You call this cooperation between Harbingers. Cooperation involves communication, you know.
Oh, Signora's here. But yeah, from this point moving forward, we're doing a thing where every sub and every time the stream boss dies, I will be forced to do a poll. And subs actually do 500 damage to the stream boss, so that's actually going to hurt it pretty quickly.
Don't take it to heart, child. Besides, aren't you happy that you got to skip the formalities and bring chaos to the land? I'm sure you must have enjoyed that.
What's that thing next to her?
Oh, it seems that some of your friends have arrived.
Yes, I am a sellout.
Hey, it's Zhongli and Child. And you're also one of the Harbingers?
It's you two. I believe we've met once before. In the city of Bards, was it? I'm glad you still remember my name. Ah, right. I imagine that it must have been rather hard to forget watching helplessly as something precious was snatched away from your friend.
I still have time to take it back.
No, don't let her get to you. You've yet to gather the powers of all 7 elements, and our last battle at the Golden House was almost more than you could handle. So it might be best to keep things peaceful this time, seeing that 2 of the Harbingers are here.
Well, if it isn't you two. This is our first time seeing each other since Liyue was nearly wiped off the map. This is certainly a bit awkward, wouldn't you say?
You mean earlier today?
Paimon knew that we should never have trusted a Fatui Harbinger.
Oh, now don't say that. Sure, I may have misled you, but I never had anything against you personally. Besides, I thought we were getting along quite well together, didn't you?
I do.
Except for that little tussle we had at the end.
I honestly thought that he was very negotiable with us the entire time.
Nothing personal. We just have different views, that's all. Of course, you may very well hold this against me, but that's up to you.
Hell, I think if he was just upfront about wanting the Gnosis, I think this probably would have gone well.
The real deceivers here are Senora and Zhongli. Curse them for leading me on.
Senora and Zhongli.
So actually, I think...
Stop wasting time, child. There'll be plenty of time to chat once I'm through here. You remember the agreement, Morax. Now, if you would be so kind. The Gnosis, please.
Gnosis?
What in the world are you talking about?
The contract is fulfilled. That which thou seeketh is now bestowed unto thee. For my promise is solid as stone.
They called him Morax. That's Rex Lapis's real name.
How sanctimonious.
I did have my suspicions.
What? So you're the Lord of Chio?
I never saw him fight or do anything, so...
No, wait. That's an exciting twist and all, but why give the Gnosis to the Fatui?
I do not give it for free. I give it as agreed upon in the contract. For it is a matter solely between the Tsaritsa and I.
Why'd you feign your death?
Yeah, you don't think you went a little bit too far with that whole fake death thing? Everyone was preparing the ceremony for you, and splat! This big dragon falls out of the sky, and all of Liyue goes into an uproar. Talk about a disaster.
Gathering all the forces that had been bubbling behind the scenes, and then stirring them together in a pot that was bound to boil over. That's what he wanted to see, am I right?
Wait, what?
He wanted the Adeptus to be forced to work with the
Perhaps it's best that I explain. As you know, I've dwelt upon this world for more than 6,000 years. It is now 3,700 years ago that I founded Liyue, together with the Adepti. Even boulders that can withstand whirlpools will erode with the passing of time. I kept convincing myself that cracks had not begun to form, and that the end of my time had not yet come. Until one drizzly day, as I was strolling along the harbor, I heard a merchant tell one of his workers, "You finished your duties. Go ahead and call it a day." I stood motionless among the crowds, asking myself, have I already finished my duties?
Oh, Zhongli.
This man is old.
But as I began to consider relinquishing my divine role, I soon discovered that many reasons still remained to not hastily depart. Was Liyue, the city I had dwelt in for so long, already prepared to enter its next age? I decided that a test was needed in order to reveal the answer. So I feigned my own death, and gathered the cast of Child, the Adepti, and the Liyue Archon to play their roles together on the stage that was Liyue.
So were you satisfied with the finale? Well, I guess you had a bad other plan in case it all burned down.
That's right. Which is why I continued to safeguard the Gnosis until now.
So you mean that if the chaos ever reached the point of no return, you would simply appear and use your divine powers to bring Liyue back under control?
Of course, and it would have been all too easy for him too. Just as a child quickly matures after losing their parents, so has Liyue matured when faced with the death of its deity.
In the end, the resolution to all that has transpired was even more satisfactory than I could have hoped for.
Yes, we managed to solve the problem of the apocalypse without God's help.
Take the Adepti, for instance. Owing to their years of seclusion, they were the least informed. Yet when faced with a crisis, they commendably showed the greatest amount of restraint possible. Not only did they manage to cooperate with the Qixing, but in the end, they even made efforts to understand the hearts of the people. Credit is also due to Signora, the emissary dispatched by the Cryo Archon to fulfill our contract. At my request, she kept everything she knew in strict confidence. This despite the eavesdropping ears of her colleague, Child. This meant I could remain as Zhongli, even having the chance to fulfill the age-old traditions of Liyue in this mortal form. Thank you for joining me on this journey, Traveler. All of these things turned out as I had planned. There is only one thing that I had not anticipated, and that was the conduct of the Liyue Archon. I had expected them to do no more than the Adepti, to come to the defense of Liyue. But when all was said and done, they seized the opportunity to supplant Liyue as divine protectors, and used the subsequent power vacuum left by my death to quickly gain complete control of Liyue.
Huh? That doesn't sound good at all.
Yep, it's standard coup d'etat stuff, Paimon.
On the contrary, I think it is excellent. I had always feared that it was too soon for them to take over from me. And it was also that which I longed for the most. As such, this is the best parting gift anyone could have given this god of old.
Hey, what about me? Doesn't anyone feel the least bit of remorse for deceiving me? You've practically kept me in the dark.
I feel bad for you, Child, if that counts.
I think that thanks would be more appropriate. You certainly played no small part in all of this, wreaking havoc and turning the city upside down. The Lord of Geo ought to thank you for your performance, if anything. If you hadn't created the pressure of a battle between mortals, Adepti, and a god, the lump of coal resting in the hands of the Geo Archon, Liyue, would never have been able to become a dazzling diamond of a city.
Huh? Just whose side are you on, mocking me like that? Are you itching for a fight?
We were both equally fooled.
Be that as it may, you've come out of this as the hero of Liyue. I, on the other hand, will be forever prescribed as a disturber of the peace, no?
Well then, with the Gnosis in my possession, I have no use for such idle chatter. We should return to Zapoljarny Palace and seek an audience with Her Majesty, the Tsaritsa. Come, child.
Zapoljarny Palace. I'm gonna have to remember that name.
Fine. I'll meet you there later. I'm not sharing a boat with the likes of you.
Do as you wish.
Now then, is there anything else you wish to ask me?
I'd like to know what the Cryo Archon offered you.
Right! As Zhongli always told us, a good trade is a fair trade. Paimon has no idea what could be a good trade for a Gnosis.
It was this situation, wasn't it?
Realistically speaking, there is no such thing.
Huh?
However, I am the god of contracts. For thousands of years, I have made countless contracts. If the deal was of no benefit, then I certainly would not be inclined to agree to it. My agreement with the Cryo Archon will be the last of my contracts as the Geo Archon. My contract to end all contracts. As for the bargaining chip that the Tsaritsa used to balance the scales, uncover that answer for yourself in your future journeys.
Fuck you. I guess we'll have to ask the Tsaritsa when we eventually meet her. The fond farewell. Leave the Northland Bank. Okay, you see second floor. I didn't even know there was a second floor in this place. That is a big chest. That's just 20,000 more. Alright. This was a productive day. After the dust settles, something happens.
Today's the day of the rite of parting.
200k.
Although the star of the show is fake, we spent so much time trying to organize it, it would be a real shame not to go there now.
Gotcha. 100k. Let's go to this part of the universe. Alright.
You know that god from the ocean couldn't have just shown up out of nowhere. I mean, it's been 2,000 years since Rex Lapis subdued it.
Yes, and to think that this happened right on the heels of the incident with Rex Lapis, too.
Say, do you think the person who assassinated our lord and released that evil god might have been one and the same?
Now that you mention it, that's very possible. Yes, it's very possible indeed. I mean, it all fits together. That person must have colluded with the evil god to harm Rex Lapis. Oh, that wicked, black-hearted scoundrel.
Poor child.
Still, what sort of supernatural prowess must this person possess to be able to do such things? I have never heard of such a person in all my years.
Ah, forget it. Guessing's no use to us. Look, the Millilith over there looks like he's about to make an announcement. Let's hear what the Ministry of Civil Affairs has to say first.
Oh, well, since we're going through with this rite of parting, I guess it means that those rumors hit the nail on the head.
So Rex Lapis is really... But they didn't catch the culprit, did they?
Oh, come on. Do you think that the assassin could have been a normal person? You know what I think. I don't think any of the gossip on the streets you hear from those shady types is worth anything. There's only one real possibility in my mind. I've heard that the assassin was that Fatui fellow. Youngish, pretty high in rank. I think they called him Child.
The Fatui? They certainly are very suspicious. Who knows what those greedy, crooked folks...
Shh! Lower your voice. If the Fatui catch you in their sights, Rex Lapis won't be around to protect you this time. Please be
Hear ye all! The Qixing's words. Though a dragon soars ageless as the mountains, it too must return to dust. This is common knowledge. Gods and Adepti live glorious lives, but both light and shadow have their season. So too must they face divinely appointed trials.
Okay.
Rumors and hearsay abound on the streets that Rex Lapis was murdered. Now, let the truth be revealed. Having been thwarted in his trial, Rex Lapis's soul has recouped the celestial heights. He beseeches the people of Liyue to grieve not and to let not their hearts be saddened. Nor are they to believe street-born rumors or indulge in baseless speculation.
Okay. And?
Paimon needs a translation on what the Qixing's announcement said.
They said Rex Lapis died because of a divine trial.
So that's how they're spinning it. Something feels off. Why would they suddenly give up looking for the murderer? Not to mention how this excuse sounds like something they just made up on the spot.
It does sound that way.
Could the Qixing already have known that Rex Lapis wasn't dead? But Zhongli said that neither they nor the Adepti knew anything. Did Zhongli tell them in secret after his gnosis changed hands?
That's possible.
Exactly, right? Ooh, seems like the rite of parting has been going on for a while now. Let's go have a look.
The fond farewell.
Look, it's Ningguang and Keqing. Are they saying something? Are their speeches over?
As said previously, Rex Lapis's soul returning to the heavens is the end of the contract. And it is also the end of an era.
3,700 years of contracts burnt and reduced to ash.
We, the people of Liyue, were indeed prosperous. But blinded by our prosperity, we forgot that time can be pitiless.
The long, unending dream of our Archon walking among us.
Oh no, Yinger's here.
Now that we have awoken from our dream, we must learn to say farewell. Will you stand with us as we re-establish our contracts? As we build a new age of prosperity?
So concludes the words of Her Eminence the Tianquan. Does Her Eminence the Yuheng have anything to add?
Huh? Is she looking this way?
Traveler.
Yikes! She really is looking our way.
Hi, Keqing.
Is that the traveler who they say defeated the ancient god?
So young. The Liyue Qixing always repay their debts. And as you have heard, our eyes see far and our reach is long. Name your price. You deserve that much.
Whoa.
Why are we looking at Yinger?
Well, could you help me put up some missing person posters?
That's right. Still doing that. Kind of forget that that's the main quest sometimes. Looking for the sister. Or the twin. Whatever. Talk to people.
Fine. And to think I'd put my best perfume on before coming here, thinking you'd like it. But it seems as if those perfumes really were meant to be offered to Rex Lapis.
I told you so.
Well, that's fine. Suffer no rivals in love, they say. And that's 3 gone in 1 stroke.
Oh shit, that just revealed that we don't have any competition. We need a date fast with somebody else. Anybody else. Madam Ping, you available?
As for the mortals and Adepti of Liyue, what shape shall our relationship take from now on?
I mean, Shito's here.
Rex Lapis. Oh, Rex Lapis. Now that I think about it, if everyone's of the same mind as me...
No, we have Paimon. Damn it, we have Paimon.
Perhaps mementos for Rex Lapis might be the best short-term business opportunity.
Oh, I didn't even... Ah! There's water here. I didn't even notice that Zhongli was over here. Emergency food.
Hey, Zhongli! Look at this. Everyone in Liyue is caught up in their emotions, thinking that they'll never see Rex Lapis again. And here you are looking all relaxed.
I mean, he worked hard on this funeral service. I mean, made us work hard on this funeral service.
Why would I not feel more at ease after laying down the burden I have borne for 3,700 years? Right. If the 2 of you can spare the time, I should treat you to a meal at the Liyue kiosk.
He's not going to bring money, is he?
Ha! That sounds like big talk, Zhongli. Paimon might have believed you if you were treating us to some 3rd-round knockout, but you'd have to pay out your nose just to stand inside Liyue kiosk. Are you sure you can afford it?
You're right. I do lack the Mora.
But why would Morax lack Mora?
As the Rex Lapis Morax, I can easily create Mora. But since I have chosen to walk this earth as the mortal Zhongli, I should abide by the same rules that mortals do. When I was journeying with you, though I still had the Gnosis in hand, I knew that I must soon retire from my role as an Archon. So I had to rehearse a little for my new life.
So you had your wallet this whole time, but kept it empty on purpose. You, sir, have my respect. And my anger.
Oh, no wonder. Paimon gets it now. You didn't look at the price tags when we were spending because you've never had to. But since you weren't used to not being able to just make more Mora as and when you wanted to, you had to try becoming a parasite to society who lives off of other people's credit.
Well, we were only spending Fatui money. You don't have to say it like that.
I feel like Paimon could have been a little bit more harsher there and laid it on just a tad bit thicker.
In the City of Commerce, we do not merely exchange money or goods. We also exchange knowledge, memories, and foresight, as well as positions, roles, and lives. The Archon Morax could never experience life as the true mortal Zhongli could, no matter how many times he descended to be with his people.
I hope by exchanging lives he doesn't mean slavery.
I must thank you for that. I will treasure the memories that I made as Zhongli, traveling the streets of Liyue with you.
It was a fine journey.
That is true. But there is no journey that does not end. No meetings without partings.
Paimon thinks that we should make a move and continue our search for the 7.
I fear that continuing your journey may be difficult. The nation that neighbors Liyue by sea, Inazuma, is presently closed.
Closed?
Yes. The nation has been closed by order of its deity, the Liyue Archon Ball. And just as the people of Liyue preferred to call me Rex Lapis, she too goes by another name among locals in Inazuma.
Paimon thinks we've heard that one before. Right?
Raiden Shogun is what somebody said, Paimon.
That is the case. And since Raiden is also the Shogun of Inazuma, people call her the Raiden Shogun.
The Inazuma Shogunate.
That said, though people at the wharf were saying that the situation in Inazuma is very tense, Paimon doesn't remember that always being the case. It wasn't that bad last year. Zhongli, since you're Rex Lapis, shouldn't you know something about what's happening there? Just how did Inazuma become a closed nation?
He just told us. The god of the nation said, "Close the gate." And that was about it.
It's because of visions.
Really? Venti mentioned something about them. They're like gnosis. They're like, they show that anyone has the potential to become a god, right?
Visions?
When faced with circumstances beyond their control, humans often bemoan their lack of power. But if a person shows true strength of will at a desperate and fateful moment in their life, the gods will look upon them with favor. This is what visions are. Magical foci bestowed upon those who have been acknowledged by the gods.
Uh-huh. That's how people in Tevat see it.
But starting from last year, the Raiden Shogun began promulgating the Vision Hunt Decree.
The what?
Vision Hunt Decree?
Yes. It was an order to seize all visions within Inazuma's borders, and to inlay them upon the hands of the statue of the omnipresent god.
They're confiscating everyone's magical powers. Great, we're going into a frickin' fascist regime.
They want to seize visions. But why? Aren't visions blessings from the gods?
I should think that in the Raiden Shogun's eyes, it is precisely because they are divine blessings that they should be under the sole dominion of divinity.
So we're about to basically just go to a dictatorship, is what you're telling me.
Whoa, that's harsh.
Or it's closed borders and we could just, not go there. Come on, all aboard to Sumeru! Or Fontaine.
The Animo Archon is the god of freedom, and the Geo Archon is the god of contracts. For her part, the Raiden Shogun is the god of eternity. It seems as though she has finally decided to eliminate any unstable elements that could pose a threat to her eternal realm. The fact that even I, the oldest of the seven, have now passed away, will only strengthen her resolve to pursue eternity.
You're an asshole, you know that, right? You're making the situation worse.
Knowing her, she must have again quoted that adage she is most fond of when proclaiming that decree to her people.
Yes?
7 ideals for 7 gods. And of these, eternity is nearest unto the heavenly principles.
Cleanliness is next to heavenliness. No, Raiden Shogun said, eternity is closest to heavenliness. And I would be hard-pressed to disagree.
All right, then. Was there anything else you wish to know?
Oh, I guess we should do this. So, about the trial.
Ah, that was a good one. Failing a divine trial. How they came up with that excuse, I will never know. That said, the reason why the Qixing were so eager to resolve the incident and stop pursuing the culprit was indeed because they received news in secret that Rex Lapis was not dead. I hinted as much to the Adepti as well. How did I accomplish that, you ask? Have you ever heard of this particularly convenient Adepti art known as gifting dreams and visions?
Aha!
All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know?
What about child?
Yeah, about that. Qixing made their announcement, we listened to a lot of people talking on the way. Most of them put the blame for everything on Child.
I feel really sorry for him.
These are indeed false accusations. But it remains undeniably true that Child did send people to the Jade Chamber to prevent the Adepti and the Qixing from defeating the ancient god. I've heard that Ningguang is busy milking that for all it's worth on the foreign relations front at the moment, browbeating the envoys of the Fatui. Ha! Those poor Snezhnayan diplomats. If it were not for Child's exalted position as a harbinger, I'm certain that they would have shifted all the blame to him and called for his dismissal by now. All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know? The time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the Liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for Liyue? Kuching is absolutely right in saying this. Now, though I did laud Ningguang's desire for power, believing this to be a good thing, and thought as a matter of course that she must have been behind the Qixing's plan to take governing power over Liyue from the hands of the gods and Adepti. Could the original person who brought up the idea of seizing power have been...
I think you are correct. It was probably Keqing. She did not have faith in the gods, and she wanted to control things as well. And we kind of read as much from her character bio.
All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know?
So about the trial, now about Mora.
That's right. Zhongli, now that you don't have your gnosis, what's going to happen to all the Mora in Teyvat? Since Morax is dead, are they all just gonna disappear? Also, isn't the Golden House the only mint in the entire continent? Will it even continue to work?
The Mora present now will not vanish. But the Golden House will indeed have to cease operations for a lengthy period of time, since creating Mora requires the use of the Liyue Archon's power.
Man, I can't imagine what inflation is like in this world where people are just literally printing money every year.
This is terrible! We're all about to run out of Mora! The world is coming to an end!
Yes, this is indeed a major issue from a financial standpoint. Well, I suppose we'll just leave such troublesome matters to the Liyue Qixing to debate.
Then, did you at least set some private funds aside for yourself?
Oh, a private fund. This does seem like a good, logical, common-sense idea. It's a shame.
What's a shame?
He didn't think of it.
It's a shame that I didn't think of it at the time. All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know?
No.
Well then, I suppose you'll have to find a way to get inside this closed nation. Have patience. I suspect that some serendipity must first come into play.
Rank 30, but we're already ranked 29. A new star approaches. Jade Chamber Rising. Bowkeeper. Talk to Dainsleif. Talk to Catherine and Mondstadt. Look at all these quests. 30. We will be reunited. Complete other quests to continue. Dainsleif. Bowkeeper Dainsleif. Catherine of Mondstadt Adventure Guild seems to have something to tell you. Thief Catcher. Well, we have a lot of quests, and I think I can go for another hour and a half. So... Exploding population. A teapot to call home to unlock. I think we'll do that next. A Teapot to Call Home, Part 1. Talk to Madam Ping. What do we get for it? We don't actually get EXP for this. This gives us a lot, though. So let's talk to Madam Ping. Because a lot of this extra stuff unlocks from this Teapot to Go Home quest. The game seems to be really opening up right now.
Ah, children, come, come. You've arrived at just the right moment. I've been looking for you.
Hi, Madam Ping.
Oh, what is it, Granny? Need any help?
Oh, no, no. You've done so much for Liyue Harbor already. I could hardly ask for more. In fact, my old friends and I have been putting our heads together to think of what sort of gift we might give you in return.
A gift? For Paimon?
I don't think you're too kind.
Oh, child, you are so very modest. Uncommonly so, even. But you mustn't decline this gift. I simply won't allow it. When you traversed my old teapot in search of the cleansing bell, I heard your little friend mention that you often camp out in the wilds.
Wow, she remembered that.
That simply won't do. Especially since I imagine you still have a very long journey ahead of you.
Yeah. We just finished two entire nations, and we still have 5 more to get through.
Fortunately, I have not yet grown so old as to see my subspace creation abilities atrophy. Oh, did my friends never mention that to you? Well then, it is a blessing we old folks once received from Rex Lapis, part of our illumination, if you will.
All right.
I will not go into too much detail, but subspace creation is the ability to create a small, autonomous pocket world.
And you decided to put it in a teapot?
The teapot that you entered previously was a little trinket created using that ability.
A trinket, you say?
So, in the eyes of an adeptus, creating a magic teapot world is just child's play, huh?
Uh-huh.
Oh, indeed, the teapot is nothing to boast of. One such as myself must depart from this realm to create a world of one's own. Rex Lapis, on the other hand, moved mountains and seas. That is what one might call an exercise of true power.
Mm-hmm.
But that's enough nostalgia for now. The gift that I have prepared for you just requires a few final materials to add the finishing touch.
I can help you look for them.
That's right! Finding stuff's what we're good at, after all.
The professional finder of things in Mondstadt.
Oh, settle down now, children. There's no need for you to go running hither and thither. I have already found a fleet-footed youngster to prepare what I need.
Who is that?
What's more, I doubt that you would know how to find the materials I am searching for. Some of them are very rare indeed these days.
What are those, if I might ask?
Well, for starters, I require some shimmer soil from the banks of Dihua Marsh. Back in the day, it could only be found where the Glaze lilies thrived most profusely. You would have to dig downward, following the roots of the Glaze lilies, and if you were lucky enough, you just might find a small patch of shimmer soil there. But almost no one has been able to find shimmer soil in this manner since Dihua Marsh came to be the way it is today. Even more difficult to find is smaragdus jadeite, which must be chiseled from the rock of the chasm. Or so it used to be. Ever since the Blackcliff Forge opened for business, they've slowly but surely stripped the mines all but completely bare of it.
Uh-huh.
In any case, Smaragdus Jadeite is an Adepti treasure, and the Adeptal power within is not something that most humans can withstand. Extended contact with it is, in fact, harmful to humans.
Why were they mining it?
Goodness knows if that child will succeed in finding these items.
Who is this child?
Well, since you're an Adeptus, Granny, the person you asked for help, they must be an Adeptus too, right?
It's Xiao, right?
Yes. I suppose she does count as an Adeptus.
Oh no, it's Ganyu.
She counts? How come there are so many Adepti in Liyue Harbor? We seem to bump into them all the time. It feels like even when you go out to eat, you could be sitting next to an Adeptus and never even know it.
Oh, maybe so. Who can say? A fair few of my old friends are rather fond of mundane mortal life, after all.
One of them wouldn't happen to be Chang the Ninth, would it?
I'm back, Granny.
Who is that?
Oh, I don't believe we've met.
Allow me to do the honors. This child here is Yanfei. She's the one helping run some errands for me.
Yanfei.
Yanfei, I believe you already heard of the Traveler and his traveling companion.
Of course, who hasn't? Much has been written about you in the Millilith's records.
She has antlers in her hair.
You became one of Liyue's most wanted after the Millilith marked you as a suspect following the incident at the Rite of Dissension. After which, you fought off the Millilith at Julian Karst and made contact with the Fatui. Before finally defeating an ancient god together with Granny and her associates, and subsequently being cleared of any and all suspicion by the Qixing. What a shame.
A shame? Also, thank you for the recap. I know she's a playable character, but when she walked up, I did not recognize her from, like, her heels, and that was pretty much all that was in the shot.
A shame that we didn't meet sooner. If we had, well, I can't say that I would have been able to clear you of suspicion immediately, but it certainly would have been less, embarrassing for you. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I'm Yanfei, a legal advisor. Got a legal problem? You can come right to me.
Nah, I'm sorry. I go to Legal Eagle first with most of my legal problems, and then after that, I just start Googling stuff.
Oh, yes. Here's my business card. You'll find it has my contact details and office address. Keep it handy. If you have an urgent issue, just leave me a note at this address. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, I offer a very generous discount for first-time customers.
All right, Yanfei, all right. Let's get to the business at hand. I do not think these two are in any dire need of legal assistance at the moment. You'll have to excuse Yanfei. She's always been like this, ever the talkative one when it comes to her own affairs.
Are you really an Adeptus?
Paimon was gonna ask the same question. You seem really different from the ones we've met before.
An Adeptus? I guess. Kinda. My old man said he was one anyway. He mentioned that he once campaigned with Rex Lapis for a long old time, and then after that was all over, he went back and married my mom. They had me, and once I was all grown up, the two of them upped and left on a journey, leaving me with Granny here.
Okay.
Well, that's a bit casual for an Adeptus. Aren't you guys supposed to sign solemn contracts to protect Liyue Harbor and all that stuff? What do you mean he just went back to get married?
Well, my dad did say that he'd talked it through with Rex Lapis, and that he was fine with it. Even contributed towards the wedding gift, apparently.
What did he give as a wedding gift?
Anyway, let's not dwell on that too much. So, Granny, I've gotten a hold of most of the stuff you asked for, except for Smaragdus Jadeite. I couldn't find any at all.
No, go back. I want to dwell on that. What did Rex Lapis give as a fucking wedding gift for your parents? I could care less about the story at this point. I want that lore.
Is that so? But Smaragdus Jadeite is really rather essential.
Cool, let me go get it.
Yanfei, are you sure you can't find some other way? They have helped Liyue greatly, after all. It is only right that they are duly rewarded.
I know, Granny, you've told me 1,000 times already. Well, the chasm's definitely a no-go, but there's still a chance we can figure out some alternative means of procurement.
Madam Ping, playable when?
Hold on a moment. Let me have a look.
That's a book.
Whoa, that's a really thick book. What kind of things do you write in there?
Commercial consultancy. Or Snezhnaya. Ah, found him. Krusel. A Snezhnayan merchant who once came to me with some legal queries on certain articles in the legal codices. If my memory serves, all of them had to do with rare ores. He mentioned that he was considering acquiring some Smaragdus jadeite to make hairpins, and wanted to know if there were any legal ramifications that he should be aware of. Said he was planning to sell them in Snezhnaya.
You want to make hairpins out of this really weird ancient ore that is deathly to humans. Yeah, I would have legal questions about that too.
So, I guess I'll go look for him. With any luck, he'll have gotten his hands on some Smaragdus jadeite, or might have an idea of where we can find some.
I'll come with you.
Oh, you want to join me? I suppose that's no problem, but it's best if you just stand by and watch. If you try to get involved, you'll only risk placing yourself in legal jeopardy.
By sitting around and doing nothing?
Wow, an Adeptus imploring us to avoid incurring legal liability. Well, that's a first for sure.
Is it?
Best we be a little more careful than usual while we're with her.
I feel like this character only exists because this is a land of contracts and they haven't made any legal or courtroom drama humor yet. And they couldn't find a way to naturally involve her in a funeral, I guess. Because this entire arc has basically just been one long funeral. Talk to Krusel. I did not know that she was a 4-star. Because this game is 2 years old, it's kind of impossible to avoid spoilers of characters. Especially because in the last 2 years, sometimes character demos and stuff just showed up in my YouTube feed over the years.
Hello, Mr. Krusel. How's business been?
Oh, good. Very good. All thanks to your advice, Miss Yanfei. What brings you here today?
You're too kind. I was simply doing my job. Now, I believe that the last time we met, you mentioned that you were looking to source some Smaragdus jadeite to make hairpins. Have there been any further developments on this front?
I just noticed she has a pyrovision, which means she's a fire type.
Well, yes. As a matter of fact, in the end, I did acquire a small piece of Smaragdus jadeite and had it fashioned into a pair of hairpins. Miss Yanfei, might I presume that you have an interest in the hairpins? I must apologize. I've already rented them out to a lady named Zhiqiao. If you'd like to inspect them, you may have to wait quite some time.
Wait, isn't Smaragdus jadeite really rare? Aren't you worried about the hairpins getting damaged or lost while they're being rented out?
That is a good question, Paimon.
No, I'm not worried in the slightest, because I signed a contract with Miss Zhiqiao before renting them to her. The contract makes it quite clear that if she loses or damages the item in question, she must compensate me for its full original value.
I just realized this is Pro CD.
In return, I included a clause that guarantees the Smaragdus jadeite is genuine, with a penalty of 10 times the item's value payable by me to Miss Zhiqiao in the event that it is shown to be a fake.
No ambiguities there.
Guaranteed genuine, with 10 times the value payable if this claim is shown to be false. Yes, these terms are very clear indeed.
Man, sometimes having an ear for voice acting is a curse.
Of course. This way, both the client and I have the assurance we need. To ensure fairness, each of us has retained an original copy of the contract.
Sungwon Cho!
In that case, might you know where Miss Zhiqiao lives? We'd like to pay her a visit and have a look at the hairpins.
Oh, of course. She wrote her address down when we signed our contract. Here, I'll mark it on your map for you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Crossell. We'll be off now.
Man, I look forward to getting that Shiznaian drip. Look at that coat. It's like Ivanovich. There's no shortage of quests now. Getting to Adventure Rate 30 is going to be very easy. Oh, over here.
Oh, whatever shall I do?
Excuse me, are you Jing Xiao?
Yes, that's me. Is there something I can help you with?
How do you do, Monsieur Chow? We understand from Mr. Crossell that you recently rented a pair of hairpins from him. My associates and I are very interested in them. Would you mind letting us take a look at them?
You lost them.
The hairpins? I can't lend them to you right now. I've lost them. I don't know how it could have happened. I always kept them right by my side, and I hadn't even worn them yet. I spent so much money on them. If I have to pay their original value, there's no way I could come up with that amount of money on such short notice.
Why'd you need them in the first place?
My family is in the ore business too, but business has been suffering ever since the chasm was sealed off. We now have a backlog of paid-up orders just sitting around, so we've been having to purchase some stock from other ore merchants to complete them. A big banquet is coming up in a few days, and several ore merchants I know of will be there. I need this opportunity to mingle and discuss prices. That's what the hairpins were for, to keep up appearances. I can't have them looking down on me. But now that I've lost the hairpins, what will I do?
Why does Paimon have a sudden strong sense of déjà vu?
Maybe because this is the part where we say we can help.
Would you really? I sent a commission to the Adventurers Guild, but I haven't heard anything back from them yet.
Hold on. Don't run off looking for the hairpins just yet. Monsieur Chow, would you let me have a look at the rental contract you signed?
Huh? Well, I mean, sure, I have it right here. Here you are.
Let me see.
That's right! Yanfei said she's a legal advisor, didn't she? Maybe she can help Juqiao somehow.
Would be a little unfair to Crossell.
True. Though surely there must be a win-win solution.
Right. I finished reading the contract. The terms are very clear, and they do indeed stipulate that you must pay Mr. Crossell the original value of the hairpins as compensation for the loss. Furthermore, the contract also expressly states that the amount of compensation must take current market prices into account. And given the rarity of Smaragdus Jadeite, I fear that the final amount of compensation may end up being significantly higher as a result.
Yes, it would be.
Even higher? Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Juqiao looks like she's about to faint.
However, all of this is assuming that it is indeed genuine Smaragdus Jadeite that was inlaid into the hairpins.
Did you really have to pause before saying that part? Anyway, the hairpins are lost, so how exactly would we be able to find out if the Jadeite is genuine or not? Whichever way you look at it, we've got to start by finding those hairpins.
Except that if we found the hairpins, there'd no longer be any need to check whether the Jadeite is genuine, would there?
Well, I mean, there would be, because we still need it.
Seems right.
Please, don't trouble yourselves over this. The fact is, I lost the item, and I should pay compensation per the contract.
Such a huge sum of money, though.
However much it is, I will have to pay it. My family are merchants, after all. It's vital that we keep our word and respect our contracts. Now that it's come to this, I really shouldn't keep Crossell in the dark any longer. I'll go and inform him of the issue, and then negotiate the amount of compensation.
Yes, legally speaking, it seems this is the most sensible course of action. But before that, I have some questions about the hairpins. So hold on a moment, Monsieur Chow. When you first touched the hairpins, what did you feel?
What did I feel? Well, I remember that the gemstones set into the pins were perfectly smooth to the touch, like the finest quality jade. My family has seen much jade pass through its hands in the past, so I am quite certain of my judgment in this matter.
Smooth to the touch. Finest quality jade.
Is Smaragdus jadeite like... It's like supposed to be radioactive lethal and maybe let me guess, it's rough like sandpaper, isn't it?
No, it's nothing. I just need to re-examine a few things. Let's head over to Mr. Crossel's.
God, I forgot this is a quest about for Madame Ping.
Yeah. Ah, Miss Yanfei, you've returned. With Miss Jiqiao in tow, too, I see. How are the hairpins? I trust you're quite satisfied with them?
About that.
The loss of hairpins.
You lost them? Are you serious? Do you have any idea how expensive they were?
I'm sorry. Truly I am. I'll pay the compensation as per our contract. Every last mora.
Mora? Do you have any idea what I had to go through to get my hands on that Smaragdus jadeite? I just don't... Forget it. Talking won't bring them back. Since Miss Yanfei is here, I suppose we can just have her estimate the amount that needs to be paid.
No problem. But before I can give an official estimate, I'll need to do a little market research. Ah, yes. And if I may just confirm again, it was in fact genuine Smaragdus jadeite inlaid into the hairpins, correct?
Of course. Genuine article guaranteed, or I pay back 10 times the value.
All right, understood. I'll conduct some market research, and once I'm back, I'll provide an official assessment of the sum owed by Mr. Chow in compensation. Please wait here, Mr. Crossell.
10 times the value of the contract or 10 times the value of the market jade? I don't really know. This contract is really weirdly worded.
Thank you very much. How could she lose my hairpins? She'd better pay every last mora that they're worth.
Looks like I'll have to find some way to raise that money.
Please wait, Mr. Chow. I have something to discuss with you. It's not convenient to speak here, so let's find somewhere that we can sit and talk in more detail.
Alright. There's a lot of talking in this quest. Too bad we're not going to get any adventure EXP for it. Teapot to call home. Wait, I recognize this place.
Miss Yanfei, what is this about? Are you here to tell me how much I owe?
No. What I wanted to talk about is, there is a chance that the ore inlaid on those hairpins may not be Smaragdus jadeite after all.
Great, so this is a fool's errand. But you don't have to pay money.
What do you mean? Are you implying that you already sneaked off and found them?
Obviously not. I'm no adventurer, let alone a member of the guild. I don't run thankless, time-consuming errands for a living. Let's just say I made some deductions. I don't know if Granny told you this, but Smaragdus jadeite is found deep underground and contains very concentrated elemental energy.
Yes, it was like the one thing that I remember she said about it, and it's like lethal to humans.
If mere mortals come into contact with it, well, they'll be sick in the best case. And in the worst case, they could even experience a dramatic change of personality. It most certainly would not be smooth to the touch.
Yes, I was curious about that as well. But I'm more curious why this guy thought it was okay to make hairpins out of it, and you told him that he could.
Mr. Chow, did you at any time feel unwell while the hairpins were in your possession?
No, not at all. I felt perfectly fine the whole time. Not even the slightest bit unwell. I didn't feel anything special at all, in fact.
Now that is strange. I noticed earlier that there were elemental traces in Mr. Crossel's vicinity. If I've deduced correctly, he may still have the Smaragdus Jadeite in his possession.
If that's the case, we should go confront him right now and expose his dirty scam right to his face!
Absolutely not. If we were to confront him now, there's no way he would admit to it. Eventually, he would find some argument to compel us to leave. And then, he'd throw the Smaragdus Jadeite into the sea the moment we were gone. After that, he would simply insist that Mr. Chow pay up per the contract. He would lose nothing. Meanwhile, we would have to look under every stone in Liyue, hoping and praying that the hairpins do actually still exist somewhere in this world.
A very vivid description.
So vivid that Paimon thinks it might be experience talking.
Oh, it certainly is. I've seen my fair share of situations like this, and brute force methods are certainly one way of resolving them. Fortunately, I have far more elegant solutions at my disposal. I'll share them with you in due course.
Well then, since you're so experienced in dealing with problems like this, perhaps you could help me, Miss Yunfei.
I do like her hat. As a hat collector, I do like her hat.
Oh, that won't be a problem. But first, Mr. Chow, can I ask you to please sign this contract?
It's like a cross between like a graduation hat and like some judge's hat.
Huh? Does there have to be a contract for everything? Paimon can't even keep track.
If I had one more for every time I hear the word contract.
It feels like Yanfei is even more concerned with them than a certain someone else we know.
These are my formal terms of engagement. Everything prior to now has just been pro bono advice. But for me to investigate any further, I require a written contract. Any work commissioned but not bound by a contract cannot be relied upon.
I understand. Then I will be glad to place this matter into your capable hands if you will take it, Miss Yunfei.
No problem. Just sign here, and I'll sign too. Okay. Now write your address here, and then sign on this page as well.
We already have her address.
And I'll also need your signatures on pages 5, 7, and on the very last page. Finally, if you could just use this ink pad to make a handprint over here.
Jesus.
This contract has so many pages. Paimon's all out of brain juice again.
Such an ordeal.
All right, that should do it. My fees are the same as always, and they're written in the contract. Have a look through and let me know if you have any questions.
What do you mean the same as always? This is like your first conversation with this woman.
I've had a read through. Everything checks out.
You've had time to read through 7 pages?
Well
it's been
then,
20 seconds.
Here's your copy of the contract. I will retain the other copy.
You do anything?
Not for now, no. Despite how intractable this problem might sound, it will actually be quite straightforward to resolve, once we've got some things squared away. I don't believe you have been part of an investigation like this before, in which case, hopefully this should be quite the experience.
Oh, we did some form of investigation on behalf of the Fatui. Do we need a witness signature for this contract? I don't know.
Miss Yunfei, I have to ask, why are you helping me?
Because, as it happens, I'm currently trying to acquire some Smaragdus Jadeite myself. I noticed strong traces of geo-energy around Mr. Crossel, so perhaps he has, in fact, secured some. Whether he actually made it into an item of jewelry or not is a separate matter, but either way, it's a lead. As long as we follow it, who knows? We might just be able to get our hands on some Smaragdus Jadeite. Also, the idea of someone abusing the law to their advantage, I won't stand for it. But again, let's not dwell on this. Let's go to... where can we find someone who processes ore?
A refiner?
Ha! I've got it! Let's pay a visit to Chateau, the boss of the Jade Mystery. He's a professional when it comes to working with stone and ore. If Mr. Crossel had his ore worked on at all, Chateau would undoubtedly have been his first choice.
He's right behind us. I can see him. The old Jade Mystery. Why is there water everywhere?
Why, hello there, honored customers. Welcome to... Oh! It's you, Miss Yanfei. Is something the matter? Surely not more spurious claims that my jade betting is rigged and no one can ever win? Oh, I swear on all that is sacred.
Do you mean there were allegations that his 3-card money scheme was rigged? Color me not surprised.
No, nothing of the sort. Has a Snezhnine merchant named Crossel enlisted your ore processing services recently by any chance?
A Snezhnine merchant named Crossel, you say? I do remember that. He brought me a piece of ore, claiming that it was Smaragdus Jadeite. That was the first time I'd ever encountered it, so I had no way of telling if it was really Smaragdus Jadeite or not. But if a customer insists, far be it from me to contradict them. He was quite generous with his money, too, so I didn't give it too much thought. I processed the ore as per his request.
Do you have any leftover debris from your work on it?
Why, yes. It was my first time encountering this ore, after all, so I kept a few loose shavings to study myself later. They're right over there, in fact.
I don't know why, but I was expecting the ore to be pink.
Thank you, sir. We'll take a look at them.
It just looks like jade to me.
Huh? If my eyes don't deceive me, the cross-sections and patterning suggest that these are Smaragdus nephrite shavings. Yes, it's not particularly rare, nor is it especially valuable. It's used to make jewelry all the time. I've heard it said that Smaragdus nephrite is in fact the outer layer of Smaragdus jadeite, though no one's ever proven it.
A thin layer of separation, huh?
If you must see for yourself, try examining these shavings for traces of elemental energy. Smaragdus nephrite is an entirely ordinary ore, containing no elemental energy whatsoever.
Cool, we could use that elemental sight feature that we never used.
That's so. Well, we might as well give elemental sight a shot. So, did you find anything?
Nothing. Not a trace.
So they really are different. But wait, how come Jichao was able to tell what it was just by looking at the shards? That's pretty awesome.
She works in the ore industry.
There's nothing special to it. It just so happens that I've come across a great many of these in my time.
Why couldn't Shito tell them apart?
These two stones actually look very similar. Someone without a deep understanding of them would find it very difficult to tell them apart.
But you couldn't tell them apart with the hairpins.
There may be only a subtle difference for the casual viewer, but that translates to an astronomical difference in terms of the market price. And, I'm sure, a significant difference in the cost of having them carved into shape.
All right, let's focus up. We're going off on a tangent.
But, never mind, Shirto. Why would Mr. Crossel...
Unusual actions have unusual reasons behind them. Let's take some of these shavings back to Chateau.
Try your luck betting on Jade?
Miss Yanfei? Might I be so bold as to inquire,
If you could just confirm for me once more, sir. Mr. Crossel did indeed claim that the ore he brought to your store was in fact Smaragdus Jadeite, did he not?
Yes, that's right. I still have a record of the job with me, in fact. Here. It says quite clearly, 1 chunk Smaragdus Jadeite, uncut.
Alright.
Then I have no further questions. But could I borrow the processing record and these stone shavings?
Of course. But might I ask why you need them?
Because they're not. Because they might not be Smaragdus Jadeite.
Oh, I have my reasons. Ah, yes. Please sign here on this affidavit.
Oof. Kids, what is the age demographic for this game? That they're expecting people to know what an affidavit is.
This document shall serve as signed proof that these stone shavings originated from the, ore that Mr. Crossel brought to your store. Please read it carefully.
Yes, I see. Forgive me for asking again, Miss Yanfei, but might I know the nature of the incident on this occasion?
I wouldn't say there's been an incident, just a minor issue. Thank you, sir. I'll take these with me.
I just realized that her shoes are black on one side and red on the other.
With this hard evidence to back us up, Crossel won't dare try to deny what he did.
On the contrary, this is far from sufficient to build a case. We need to find something a little more compelling.
It's quite possible that the Smaragdus Jadeite was on the inside and those shavings are just the outer shell of it.
If you want to make jewelry, you need a professional jewelsmith. Let me think.
It's a big book.
Jewelry. Nope. Aha! Got it! Sinxie. She often helps people to find a jewelsmith. Let's go pay her a visit.
I did see that little girl before. She's the daughter of the chasm foreman.
Well, that was quick.
She's behind us at the kite shop.
People?
Because lots of people come to me for legal advice every day. As you know, Liyue Harbor is the city of contracts. And contracts, well, I should say laws, are very important to us. But the amendments made by the Tianquan to our laws are unnecessarily complicated. How can I put this? It just seems like they're hard to understand and impossible to finish.
Sounds like the American legal system.
As such, legal advisors like myself provide quite the popular service indeed.
So you help them make sense of the law. But didn't you say that it's hard to understand and impossible to finish?
Fun fact, the United States government has no knowledge of every law in the books. They have no way of contemplating or even counting all of them.
Yes, well, that's no obstacle because I've memorized all the legal codices.
All of them.
You memorized them?
My brain hurts imagining that.
You sound surprised. Knowing the law inside out is a legal advisor's bread and butter, you know?
Is this how Adepti become adept at everything?
Oh, this has nothing to do with being an Adeptus. I just like reading things.
Sure.
Again, with that casual tone.
Well, that's that then. Let's go look for Sinxie.
What was we looking for? Oh yeah, Sinxie. Going every which way here. And I need 5,000 EXP to the next adventure rank. Oh, I thought that name sounded familiar.
Oh, Miss Yanfei, it's you. Has something happened? Did the client from last time,
Have no further trouble from then on? Yes, of course. I'm just here to ask you a few questions. Has a merchant by the name of Crossel asked you to put him in contact with a jewelsmith recently?
Crossel? Yes, I remember him. He's a merchant from Snezhnaya, no?
Wait, she has the
Yeah,
same model as
he came to me with a
Shinji.
chunk of something he called Smaragdus Jadeite. The design of the hairpins that he gave me was quite intricate, so it took me some work to find someone who was up to the job. Eventually, I found an older jewelsmith who made them exactly according to his specifications. This order was on hold for a very long time, and only completed quite recently, which is why I remember it so well.
I'm gonna be very annoyed if after all this effort, it turns out she has the hairpins in her fucking back pocket or something.
Doesn't seem like there's any evidence to be found here.
Miss Sinxie, I'd like for you to confirm for me once more. When Mr. Crossel commissioned you to find him a jewelsmith, did he or did he not assert that the material he presented to you that day was called Smaragdus Jadeite?
Yes, I'm sure of it. The hairpins were made using many expensive materials, and the asking price was quite high, so we had to put this transaction on record with the Ministry of Civil Affairs.
Oh, that gives us another bit of, what's the term? Another clue we can follow.
Mr. Crossel wasn't very familiar with the necessary procedures, so I filed it on his behalf. I also kept a copy for my own records. See for yourself, the item is called Smaragdus Jadeite Twin Phoenix Pins. The inlaid gemstone is recorded as Smaragdus Jadeite. The document even has the official seal of the ministry on it.
Thank you, Sinxie. Now, could you let me borrow this document?
At some point, this Smaragdus Jadeite had to be freaking identified and verified, because it's starting to look like at no point I think that's what we're going to find out, is that at no point was it ever confirmed to be Smaragdus Jadeite, only Crossel's word.
Sure, it isn't serving much purpose here
Which
anyway.
means the contract might not be binding. I feel like
take it
that's where
then
this is
that
going.
There's been some more trouble?
Nothing you need to worry about. Just a minor issue. I'll return your document as soon as I'm done with it. Thanks again.
Why is everyone's first reaction always to assume someone or something is in trouble?
Must be the nature of legal consultancy.
I believe we have almost all the evidence we need. We just need to make one last trip. Let's go to Boo Boo Pharmacy to speak with Dr. Baiju.
Oh, I fucking hate that asshole. Why do we gotta go talk to him?
The weirdo with the snake around his neck? What do you want to speak to him for?
Because only he can provide an authoritative statement confirming that Smaragdus Jadeite is harmful to the human body. Once we have this final piece of evidence in our hands, we can wrap this case up.
Well, you would have a legal case, but it's not fully defensible. In fact, all Mr. Crossell would have to prove in order to counter it is that the Smaragdus Jadeite was treated by some individual or in some method to make it not harmful to handle. Like maybe draining all of the elemental energy from it, for example, would be what I would suggest. Where is it? Darn, no Chi-Chi.
My, to what do I owe the pleasure? Though I'm afraid that if you're looking for our little Chi-Chi, she's out gathering herbs.
Did he just say herbs?
And if it isn't Miss Yanfei as well, now that's an even rarer honor. What business brings you here, might I inquire? Some charlatans peddling ineffectual medicines again, no doubt?
No. I'm here this time to ask if you're familiar with Smaragdus Jadeite.
Smaragdus Jadeite? Why, yes, there is some information about it included in the 6th commentary on the 7 Mountain Treatises. The 7 Mountain Treatises states that this substance springs forth from stone marrow within the mountains, and will bring disaster to any mere mortals who touch it. It is abundant in elemental energy, so if someone without a vision is in contact with it for a prolonged period, best case scenario, they fall ill. Worst case scenario, they'll suffer great changes in personality, and their illness will only ever get worse.
Oh, I just realized this could actually spell Crossell just dies by the time we get to him.
Anyway, I'm sure you didn't come all this way just to chit-chat. Knowing you, Yanfei, and given the specific nature of your question, I suppose that you're about to ask me to write an official affidavit attesting to the pharmaceutical peculiarities of Smaragdus Jadeite?
Well, he catches on fast, at least.
That is indeed the case. If you would be so kind, Dr. Baiju.
No trouble at all. It's just a single document. Won't take me a moment. I would mention, though, that you are not the only one who's developed a curiosity for Smaragdus Jadeite recently. A Snezhnayan merchant came to ask me about it not long ago.
He's sick, isn't he?
But after I gave him my reply, his expression shifted to one of remarkable disappointment. I wonder, Miss Yanfei, if your pressing business might be related to this Snezhnayan merchant?
That's our smoking gun right there, and what we call a convenience. A plot convenience.
You needn't concern yourself about that, Dr. Baiju. Thank you for penning us that document. I'll make sure to compensate you in due course.
You should add that to the affidavit regardless, though.
You're too kind. Take care now.
That Baiju guy is as weird as ever.
Thank you, Paimon. I agree.
Is it just Paimon, or does it feel like he was fishing for something back there?
Dr. Baiju's always been like that. Well, we have the evidence we need. Let's go find Mr. Crossell.
Ooh, Ivanovich has a mission as well.
Miss Yanfei, have you finished your investigation? I trust you will now be in a position to assess the compensation due.
Yes, my investigation is indeed concluded. I can now provide a final figure for the amount payable.
Wonderful. Well then, please, could you do the honors, Miss Yanfei?
Of course. According to the stipulations of the contract, Mr. Crossell, you must pay Mr. Chow 10 times the original transaction price in Mora.
Sure. Wait, what? Me pay her? Surely there's been some kind of mistake, Miss Yanfei.
Not at all. According to my investigations and the material evidence that we've gathered, the substance claimed to be Smaragdus Jadeite that was inlaid within the Smaragdus Jadeite twin phoenix pins that you rented out to Mr. Chow was, in fact, Smaragdus Nephrite. Now, the contract states very clearly that 10 times the price shall be paid should the article not be genuine. Accordingly, you are liable for this sum, which is payable to Mr. Chow in Mora.
Material evidence? What material evidence? Why, Miss Yanfei, you cannot frame me like this. I spent a huge sum to obtain that Smaragdus Jadeite, and yet you claim that the ore inlaid on the hairpins is somehow fake? I demand to see your evidence.
Indeed. Only a testimony from an expert witness involved in the processing of the ore can serve as an authoritative assessment of whether it is genuine. Traveler, please produce the evidence in question.
In the processing of the ore.
This is a processing record from the Jade Mystery, along with stone samples and an affidavit signed by the business owner, Chateau.
Seriously? Even the boss there couldn't differentiate between Smaragdus Jadeite and Smaragdus Nephrite. How does this prove anything? In any case, Smaragdus Nephrite is the outer layer of Smaragdus Jadeite. So I had him cut away the Nephrite, he returned the valuable Jadeite core to me, and some Nephrite samples remain in the store. What am I missing exactly?
That was the exact defense I expected.
That's an unsubstantiated belief.
Well, your claim that my ore is fake is just as unsubstantiated. And we are here to talk about evidence, aren't we?
I hate to be the guy that has to agree with him here, because he's being an ass about it, but he is correct.
Ugh. Looks like our first piece of evidence didn't convince him at all. Seems like he came prepared. What should we do next?
This should have expected this, because like I brought it up when we got that fucking affidavit signed.
Hard evidence, something legally binding. We have just the thing. Show him, Traveler. Oh, come on. I meant the backup copy of the document from the Ministry of Civil Affairs. The one we got from
This document proves that my hairpins are the real deal, doesn't it? This is the Ministry's seal, after all. It shows that the ore inlaid on the pins is indeed Smaragdus Jadeite.
Actually, this one only confirms that you affirmed that.
Our second piece of evidence didn't work either. And this guy's getting more belligerent by the second.
You know, you could be right. Perhaps the hairpins are the real deal after all.
Of course I'm right. All the evidence shown supports my story.
Well, hang on a moment now, because I do recall one final piece of evidence that we haven't revealed yet. Traveler, would you do the honors? This shall...
What's this?
Smaragdus Jadeite springs forth from stone marrow within the mountains and will bring disaster to any mere mortals who touch it. Sustained contact with Smaragdus Jadeite over a prolonged period will, in less serious cases, cause a mild malady, while in serious cases, the patient may suffer a dramatic change of personality and fall seriously ill. Mr. Crossell, were you aware of these peculiar properties of Smaragdus Jadeite?
I had no idea.
No idea, you say? I'd guessed as much. But for you to have rented out such a dangerous item, I'm afraid that this falls outside the scope of my work, but within that of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. However, I'm sure that the Ministry will be relatively lenient considering that, as you say, you were ignorant of the danger you posed.
Except, we didn't get Baiju to add that little note to the affidavit that a merchant from Shesnaya asked about this.
Don't worry, Mr. Crossell. I will make sure that all the evidence presented here will be handed over to the Ministry. I trust that you'll give them your full cooperation in their investigations.
What? Wait! I knew.
Oh, so you knew? Oh, dear Mr. Crossell. But if you knew of Smaragdus Jadeite's dangerous properties beforehand, why would you...
Huh? No, The hairpins aren't actually
inlaid with genuine Smaragdus jadeite? Is that what you were about to say? You do understand, Mr. Crossell, that this means that you will have to pay Ms. Chow 10 times the original price in Mora?
Of the contract for renting them, for, I assume.
Mr. Crossell, your answer, please. My client and I are waiting.
Yanfei's seriously intimidating right now. It's like she's a different person.
I'm not very easily intimidated, so this is all just kind of within the parameters of my expectations right now, but I'll take your word for it. Legal consultancy for you.
I admit it. I confess. The ore I had inlaid on those hairpins was Smaragdus nephrite. But I'm a victim in all of this too. I invested a great deal of time and money into acquiring that small amount of Smaragdus jadeite, in the hopes of turning it into a piece of jewelry that would fetch a fine price. But after receiving it and carrying it around for a few days, I started to feel extreme discomfort. I couldn't sleep a wink or eat a single bite. I was in a constant state of agitation, too. I went to Boo Boo Pharmacy to get myself checked out, only to discover that this sort of stone cannot be worn as jewelry. But how could I let all that money go to waste? That's why I had another pair of hairpins made from Smaragdus nephrite, which is almost indistinguishable from Smaragdus jadeite. I kept the real Smaragdus jadeite in a specially made box. I daren't touch it again. I was worried that someone would see through it, which is why I only dared to rent them out, not sell them. And then to top it all off, Jiqiao lost the hairpins after I rented them out to her.
So why did you charge Jiqiao such an extortionate rental price?
Exactly! If they weren't the real deal, why'd you make her pay so much?
Well, at least it didn't turn out to be the worst case scenario I was expecting, which was that he then paid someone to steal the hairpins to make it so that she intentionally lost them to recoup the losses.
I didn't want to either, but when I purchased that Smaragdus jadeite, some of my business partners found out. I knew they'd be watching closely to see how much I could make off it. If word got out that I sold a pair of fake hairpins, then my days in this line of business would be over.
All right, let's cut the appeals phase right there. I failed to see what bearing any of this has on your transaction with my client. According to the contract, you must pay Mr. Chow 10 times the original price in Mora, and that is final.
10 times?
Croso looks like he could faint any second.
As for me, according to my contract with Mr. Chow, 20% of that sum will go to me.
20%? That's as much as I spent on that Smaragdus jadeite.
There's no need. It's fine. You don't have to pay me that much, Mora. Even if the Smaragdus jadeite on those hairpins was fake, I still bear responsibility for losing them. Legally or not, I think I owe some compensation for that.
Ms. Jiqiao, you...
This lady is too nice.
However, Mr. Crossell, since you have no use for that chunk of Smaragdus jadeite, why don't you give it to me instead? I'll consider us even.
What? But all right then. This cursed rock's brought me enough grief as it is.
Miss Yanfei, I'll turn the Smaragdus jadeite over to you. I trust that it will suffice as remuneration?
Well, that's not quite how the rules say this should go. But whatever. It'll do.
The contract, I guess, only matters until you just stretch the rules. The nation of contracts, indeed. But hey, we got the thing we wanted out of it, so
Thanks so much for your help this time, Miss Yanfei. When you have the time, I'll be sure to visit and express my thanks more appropriately.
I'm gonna be really annoyed, though, if she just happens to have those hairpins in her pocket or purse and she didn't actually lose them.
Oh, come on. No need to stand on ceremony. Now, if I may confirm this again, Mr. Chow, have you and Mr. Crossell come to an understanding?
Well, yes, I believe we have.
Well then, that's good. Mr. Crossell, it seems that my client has no further claims against you.
Is that so? That's good. That's good.
Actually, Mr. Crossell, I'd like to talk business for a second, if I may. I could see from the hairpins you produced that you're very skilled in jewelry design. My family, on the other hand, works in the ore business, and we have a fair stock of fine ores. If we could join forces, your jewelry designs and our choice ores, I think we could do some fine business between us.
I thought you said you were short on ore stores.
Let me think for a moment.
This lady is too nice.
Well,
Too
that's
precious.
that. And we've got the Smaragdus Jadeite that Granny wants too. All's well that ends well, eh?
Yeah, so there were some twists and turns along the way.
Exactly. Usually when someone tells us they've lost something, we end up searching all over the place for it. But this time, you managed to solve the problem with just a big stack of documents.
I still think it would have been faster to find the earrings.
Even though the solution didn't involve actually finding the hairpins.
Sorry, hairpins, not earrings.
The right solution depends on your perspective on the problem. The objective of my client, Mr. Chow, was to reduce her liability to pay compensation. So, rather than looking high and low for some hairpins, proving that the rented item was nowhere near worth what the vendor had claimed it to be was the more efficient solution.
You say that, but that just ate up about 30 minutes of my time. Do you think in 30 minutes I could have just found the hairpins?
An Adeptus. Speaking of, you took part in that battle, didn't you? In which case, you would have heard what Granny said. Liyue Harbor is now a city ruled by humans. The title of Adeptus means precious little to me compared to my job as a legal advisor. In any case, don't you think that the Liyue Harbor of today needs legal consultancy far more than it needs adeptal powers?
The camera sure loves to angle at her hip.
Paimon can think of someone who would definitely disagree with your reasoning.
I think there is more than just a reason involved here, Paimon.
Well, since we got what we came for, it's time to pay Granny a visit. I bet she's been on tenterhooks for a while now.
Oh god, that was so time consuming. Or is this the little girl over here? No, this is her. Gotcha. What the? Made it.
Ah, you've returned. How did it go? Were you able to find the Smaragdus Jadeite?
We were, thanks to Yanfei.
Good, good. Then we have all the materials we need.
Well, if we're all set, Granny, I'll get going now. Got a ton of clients waiting for me back at the office.
Oh, you. All right, then. Go see to your business. Granny should be able to handle the rest.
I'm off then. Bye! Oh yes, Traveler. Make sure you don't lose the business card I gave you. I've been looking into the laws of other nations as well. If you should ever bump into any trouble with the law, come find me directly. Regulars get discounts too.
Come now, child. Are you leaving or are you not? If you have no wish to leave, perhaps you'd like to help me clean my teapot, hmm?
I'm leaving! I'm leaving!
Haha, joke's on you. The teapot's already been cleaned.
That child. Goodness knows where she learned to be so rambunctious. Her father was hardly so riotous or fond of talking nonsense back in the day when he stood beside Rex Lapis.
Truly unique Adeptus.
Indeed she is. Liyue has changed, and the Adepti must also learn to change. Yanfei might be overly garrulous, but she is also the most intimately acquainted with the city among us all. Liyue is not the same place I once knew.
Granny.
All right, then. Let us speak of this no more. Back on topic. I believe that I still owe you a little gift.
I honestly have completely forgotten what this whole thing was about.
Ooh, Paimon's so excited! How is it made?
How long does it take?
It is but a single teapot. It shan't take long at all. Just wait here for a moment.
Begins to construct the gift.
There we go. This Serenity pot is all yours now.
It's almost as big. All right, jump on in, Paimon.
Hold it firmly. If you were to drop it, oh goodness, who knows what might happen.
Oh god, I just realized what might happen if you drop an interdimensional space pot.
Take these blueprints with you as well. You'll need them if you wish to make your teapot a little more lively inside.
Thanks, Granny.
Wait a minute, Granny! How exactly are we supposed to use this teapot?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I've already arranged for a certain little helper to await you within this teapot. She will explain everything you need to know about it.
I got a bad feeling about this, boys. Serenity pot unlocked. Quest objective is in your teapot. Can't put it on my hotbar. Please select the realm layout. Floating abode. Silken courtyard. Why not? Cool Isle. It's in the middle. Which means that the devs want me to pick this one. I'm in a teapot. Do not rub the lamp.
Wow! This teapot seems even bigger inside than Madame Ping's. There's even a great big house in the middle, too.
No more camping for us, Paimon. We're living the sweet life.
Huh. But there's just a whole load of nothing around it.
Get chiseling, Paimon. You could carve us out a whole house with this rock. Oh, is he talking about that rock over there? I don't know.
Paimon can't do that. Well, you're the one with the sword anyway. You do it. Still, why is it so empty here apart from that house? Oh, wait a second. What is that?
A teapot to call home.
Well, it seems that we have a visitor.
That voice sounds familiar.
It's a huge finch!
Oh, that's a finch? Oh yeah, I see it now.
Excuse me, I am not a finch. I am a teapot spirit, and you may call me...
Why does this voice sound familiar? Come on, brain. 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 Don't fail me now, brain. It's because it's the voice of Tetra from Shadowverse.
Hang on a moment. What am I supposed to be called again?
Am I gonna get to name this character?
Oh, call me. I suppose you may call me Tubby.
You certainly look the part.
So you're the helper Madam Ping mentioned?
Madam Ping? Oh, you must mean Ping. Yes, she did summon me here. She told me much about you. You may leave all matters regarding the upkeep of this realm to me. Your journey may be far from over, but at least this way you will not want for a comfortable place to sleep each night.
So what is a Teapot spirit exactly?
Though it is the Adepti who create realms such as this, they generally do not have the time of day to attend to the banal matter of their maintenance. Thus, we Teapot spirits were created to help guard their realms and manage their affairs. You may consider me a butler, if you will.
Cool. I'm a
Now,
butler
allow me to explain this realm to you. Have you any blueprints on you? Specifically, blueprints with beautiful rooms, chairs, and the like. As long as you have a blueprint, you can refashion this realm however you please.
Blueprints? Oh, that's right! Granny handed us some when she gave us the teapot, didn't she? Let's take them out and have a look.
Yes, these are the blueprints I'm talking about. Go on.
Or
Open
no,
them up.
it's the voice of Mono, not Tetra.
Just commit the image of the objects to memory and prepare the necessary materials. Then simply release the thought from your mind and the object in the blueprint shall appear within this teapot.
Wow! Is that all it takes? Then we could build a whole city inside, couldn't we?
I doubt it. A golden-eyed Adeptus explained this to me at some point in the past.
A golden-eyed Adeptus.
He said that even though subspace creation is a product of adeptal power, even that has its limits. This world is not a true one, after all. It provides merely a moment of brief respite from the mortal realm, not a means of escaping it entirely.
Now you say that, but what stops me from leaving the teapot?
A golden-eyed Adeptus? Paimon wonders who could that be?
I hardly remember myself. What's more, I have never seen that Adeptus again since.
It's probably Zhongli.
Well, let's not dwell on that. Have a look around. Best you get accustomed to this realm. If there's anything you would like to ask, just look for me.
Look for Tubby in the Serenity Teapot. Important message. After using and summoning the Serenity Teapot, travelers can interact with it and enter the abode within. Travelers can also summon the pot while they are within the confines. Interacting with the Serenity Teapot will take traveler to leave it. Cool. Traveler can also directly open the map interface and fast travel to any of the teleport waypoints to immediately leave the Serenity Teapot. Talk to Teapot Spirit inside the Serenity Teapot. Learn about manage the manner of the Teapot affairs. You can create all kinds of items from the creation screen. Materials are used to create items can be gathered all over the world. Hey, so now we have a reason to collect wood. After obtaining and furnishing, use the place function to put it into position. We're base building now, boys. Placing the furnishing into increase the adeptal energy rank of your Serenity Teapot, but adeptal energy rank increases the realm currency when accumulated at a fast rate. Realm currency? Spend realm currency at the Realm Depot to purchase your various items. Realm Depot. It's right next to Home Depot. It's between Home Depot and Bed Bath & Beyond. Right next to the Beyond section. Realm Depot. Once in a while, a teapot traveling salesman will visit your abode. There's a chance that he will bring some rare treasures with him. If you acquire the blueprint for a furnishing set, you will place furnishings in it by batch. You will still make adjustments to individual furnishings when you batch place them. Alright, let us explore. Check out our mansion. It's gonna be empty like moving into an apartment. Welcome to the metaverse, boys. Alright, I don't know what I want want to do with this room yet. Okay, so we have one room. This is a small nook room. This room's kind of nice and open, but you want to leave access to this doorway. I think this would be a nice breakfast nook. Maybe put like a dining table area. Oh, there's the door here. So maybe not. Where should I put the kitchen? Oh, the teapot's on the wheel. Obtain 30 pieces of wood. Travelers, please ensure the following for terms of service while using this Rented Teapot and replication system to create a healthy gaming environment. Please read and confirm that you will not instigate or take part in the creation of content that discriminates against any race, gender, Oh! The bullying or insulting of travelers, groups of travelers, inappropriate sharing of replica IDs, replicas that are disrespectful to other travelers, or any other content behavior. I'm guessing you can copy people's house layouts. Okay, so upstairs we have one room, two room. So we have this room with good lighting. And we have this room with bad lighting. Equal windows. This is the kind of thing that I can imagine getting easily sucked into. Asked you to come here so I can give you a little gift. I do not know if I told you before, but these abodes are private spaces created by the Adepti for themselves. Most Adepti will use certain methods to seal their abode away from the rest of the world to ensure the purity and avoid being disturbed. Afterward, Adepti would create a realm dispatch for those they wish to invite to their bell. This realm dispatch bears signatures to the abode's adeptal energy and that of the Adeptus themselves. As such, anyone who has this dispatch can enter and exit the abode freely. Before this abode was an incomplete embryonic state, those whom invited into it would only have the ability to exit and enter together with you, rather than remain for long periods. But now, with this realm dispatch I have created for you, and you hold in your hand tightly now. What should I do next? Don't worry, you only need to hold this dispatch, and it will draw some of your energy out and into it. Ah yes, I heard Ping mention that if you have made friends in a great many places, as such, I suspect that you would distribute one dispatch to each of them. You would be here making dispatches for a long time. As such, I have made some modifications to the dispatches. You need to do is tap the palm of the person you'd like to invite lightly. The dispatch and your energy signature will remain on them, allowing them to enter and leave the realm with ease. It's almost like marking, isn't it? Well, sort of, but where do you have to put it so weirdly? Well, now here's the realm dispatch. Go forth and invite whoever you wish. It seems this place shall become lively quite soon. Realm dispatch. There's a teapot tab. Wine o'clock. You obtained from Tubby. It seems to be able to allow your companions to come and go as your realm as they please. After acquiring this item, you can invite companions to reside in your Serenity Teapot from the placement.
used to the place at the moment, but once you've materialized enough rooms and furniture through subspace creation, it will feel just like home.
Multi-arched Mondstadt. Vital of adeptal speed. I don't know, let's grade furnishing. I have multi-arched Mondstadt building, fabric, and wood. Realm Depot. You think a bed would be not too far out of the question.
If you ever have any questions about the realm within, you may ask me.
Resonant stone. Geoculus resonant stone. Astronaut, you'll be able to create a tool to guide you towards geoculi. After using this item, give you the placement screen. Wild clock furnishing set. Blueprint to make a Tijuan lantern. Learned. Profitable fruit stand. What's this over here? Oh wow, this place is huge. The edge of the world. How about we explore the area ahead of us later? That's fucking crazy.
not used to the place at...
Four hours to create this thingy. I want a bed. These are trees. These are rocks. Beds are expensive. We're sleeping on the floor, but at least it's a roof.
If you ever have any questions about the... How do I place stuff? What? Cool.
There we go. Oh, those are the doors. Yeah. Oh, I can put companions in here.
Well, hello. I didn't expect to see you again so soon.
Hey.
Oh, I feel quite at home already. Although, I feel that at home doesn't express my feelings in their entirety. Surprised is more how I'd describe the feeling I had when I first set eyes on this place.
You mean as in pleasantly surprised?
Exactly that. It's more beautiful than I imagined. It's been a while since I moved here, though, so the initial sense of surprise has mostly worn off. Now, this place feels comfortable, like somewhere I belong.
This is so weird.
Who'd have thought?
Traveler, you're here! Anything interesting you want to talk about today? Paimon finds that hard work hardly works here in Mondstadt.
Why'd you say
Just
so?
look at Huffman from the Knights of Favonius. He does his best at his duties every day. But the ever-relaxed Captain Kaya is his boss.
Isn't it Jean who works the hardest?
Well, how about this then? Venti's the god of Mondstadt, and he's the laziest of them all.
I'll give you that. Oh, what? I didn't know I could do that. Let's see, how do I move him around? On a cooldown. Interesting. Why does Paimon get their own tab? The best travel companion ever. Maximum number of companions invited. Cool. How do I move where they are? so weird. Well, this was weird. So we'll end here. I don't know how in depth I'm going to get in here. But it seems like they're just going to give me a whole bunch of stuff for messing around in here. Until next time, bye-bye for now.